The cold is back, so prepare your blankets and get comfortable for this long, dark and chilly night, as we let the darkness take control. So my uncle is an avid outdoorsman, with a bit of hippie wanderlust. He did the Peace Corps twice, once in Kenya, and another time in Egypt. He's seen some stuff, some creepy stuff in those countries, including weird rituals and the aftermath of some murders. Anyway, he's an outdoor guy who always was best friends with a Native American fellow and would hunt with him in the traditional bow and arrow style just to be closer to nature. Hunt and gather from the wild and use everything up sort of attitude. He didn't take the modern world for granted. My uncle and his friend hunted deer, mainly in southern Ohio, in an area called Hocking Hills, which touches the Appalachian Mountains. A bit of the area's backstory. There have been years' worth of reports of wild people living in the woods down there, like people who go off the grid kind of deal. Also, talk of cults living in the woods. There's also a consistent rumor that people out in the world practice cannibalism. Rumor got invigorated by the reports of some backwoods person coming into one of the local towns, smashing a bunch of stuff, and later being diagnosed with advanced mad cow disease, but for people. Basically, a misfolded protein starts multiplying in your brain, and it eats away in your neurons, making your brain look like Swiss cheese. Funny thing about getting prion disease, as it's called, is that you can get it by eating the protein of your own species. Cow eating ground up cow in their feed, or human on human cannibalism, particularly brain matter. Of course, it can happen when the same species eat each other, and then eating that infected animal, and human can get it. But yeah, woods, cannibals, disease stories. So my uncle and his buddy are taking advantage of a brilliant full moon and a clear night to go out and set up to hunt some deer in Hocking Hills. They hike way out into the deep woods late at night and set up their perch and hut high up in the trees near a pine grove clearing, so they'll have some good visuals of the ground below. Inevitably, my uncle has to do what nature calls, and leaves the perch and hikes out a bit to do his business, just to prevent animals getting wind of the human scent. This is now in full moonlight, so my uncle feels pretty confident where he's going and where he came from. Then, a random cloud covers the moon and it's totally dark, and he made the mistake of not having a headlamp with him. So he waits until the cloud moves along, or until his eyes adjust, and then he hears the screaming. Not just screaming, but like laughing screaming, and very, very human sounding. Like the closest thing he said was that it was circling hyenas on the savannah that he remembers in Kenya, but also blood-curdling, like make your veins turn to ice. Just out of absolutely nowhere, and this is in Ohio. So he bolts, runs like a crazy person back to where he thought he came from, ducking under bushes and hiding behind rocks. When the laughter/screaming sound gets closer, again, this is a guy who's seen some pretty messed up stuff overseas, and he's tumbling and fumbling over himself trying to run away. So the moon comes out again, and my uncle finds himself in the pine grove clearing near where his buddy is. Quiet, then more screaming. He's like F cannibals, and finds the tree where the perch is at, and bare finger climbs up that damn tree like his life depends on it, fractures a bunch of his nails, and the buddy is still up there in the perch, and my uncle is freaking out. He tells his buddy that the cannibals are here, and that they're totally screwed. His friend just laughs at him. He tells my uncle that the sound he's been hearing, the laughing/screaming, is the sound of deer in heat and getting it on. Like a bunch of deer doing it everywhere. That it's super rare to be able to hear, and that they're lucky to experience it. I think I heard that my uncle wanted to punch his friend, but they laugh about it instead, and talk about the good spot, and that they'll likely get a buck that night with all the activity, although they appreciate just how much that's gonna suck for the buck. All of a sudden, a whole group of deer trot into the clearing. My uncle and his friend get ready to shoot. But then all of a sudden, the deer stop and turn their heads in the same direction and then bolt like a stampede away. My uncle and his buddy are so confused, and then in the clearing come 3 or 4 people. They're carrying something that has the shape and weight of another person. Again, this is in the middle of the woods. They walk right into the moonlight, and it's like a freaking body they're carrying. They look like haggard woods people. They have dark, purple stuff on their upper bodies, and my uncle goes to ask his buddy a question about if they're seeing what they're actually seeing, but before he can say it, his friend shuts him up by covering his mouth. The people walk away not seeing the perch. My uncle says that his friend gets real serious and starts counting his arrows. After about 30 minutes, my uncle's friend tells my uncle that they must not sleep that night and not to make much noise, then starts mumbling a soft native chant. They don't sleep, and no one returns to the clearing, and the sun comes up. Very sunny, clear day. They look around. There's nobody. It's very quiet. They make their way down to the perch, leaving most of their stuff in the perch because they want to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible. They get back to the truck parked alongside the road and head immediately to the nearest ranger station to tell them what happened. They both get the breathalyzer because, yeah, the story could have totally been the product of one too many Budweiser lights, but they're stone cold sober. They convince the ranger that something went down. A few rangers then go with them, back to check the clearing out, and for my uncle to get his gear. While my uncle and his friend are packing up the area, the rangers walk into the area, and then all of a sudden, they all get buzzing. My uncle goes to see what's up, and the ranger found a few blood spots that look like a blood trail. They do a spot check of the blood with their gearbox, and determine it's not deer, but rather human blood. My uncle's like, well, forget this, we're gonna leave the ranger in order for them to radio the station. So fast forward later that day when my uncle and his friend are back home relaxing a bit after the ordeal. Both guys are fastidious and clean everything to put away, and then my uncle said that his friend just stopped, dead cold, and then looks at him. He tells my uncle that he began the night with 2 quivers with 6 arrows each. He now only has 9 arrows. There are 3 missing. He for sure counted 12 when he recounted in the middle of the night, and shit went down. In their haste, they left the hunting gear all the way up the perch when they got down in the morning, but it was secure, like everything strapped into quivers and then strapped in the perch. So someone must have been watching them that morning and taken the arrows when they left. My uncle's friend promptly got rid of his bow and arrows after that, saying that he can't have them around anymore due to bad spirits. Even did a ritual with some of his tribe and my uncle, as they touched dark spirits and had to be purified. We later learned that the blood ended up matching some missing persons case. My uncle and his friend were questioned again. They never found any kind of human remains anywhere near where the blood was originally found there. They even brought in dogs from what I heard. Said missing person never became found again either. My uncle was told that a possible homicide can't be proved or considered because it was just him and his friend in the dark one night from far up in some trees. Besides that, there was no evidence found. That's why there wasn't any crime. So, mystery. But my uncle is convinced that what he heard that night running back from when he went down to go to the toilet was probably more than just deers doing their thing. Suffice to say, that was the last time they went into Hocking Hills woods for deer hunting. They were also banned from considering going to Hocking Hills for family day hikes. To this day, I'm super wary of hiking anywhere in the Appalachians. This is by far the most creepy thing that has happened to me to date. I usually feel fairly safe in my town, but this one incident has certainly awakened me to the fact that no place is perfectly safe. It was this New Year's Eve just gone, when my friend called me and asked if I wanted to go to the New Year's Eve festival at the beach with her and her boyfriend. Being the kind of person who normally just stays at home and does nothing special for this particular holiday, I of course agreed. New Year's Eve in my town holds a festival at the beach in celebration. Rides and games are set up, bands play live, clubs hold late night fancy dress parties, and at midnight on the dot, a series of firework displays are put on for the public. Normally thousands of people turn up, so the beach can get quite loud and crowded, but it's still a pleasant atmosphere all around. Before hanging up, my friend Jess asks me if I will pick up her and her boyfriend Tyler on my way to the beach. She also lets me know that one of our other closest friends will be coming along, and that we should go straight to her unit so that we can all walk down to the festival together. I told Jess it won't be a problem, and then go get ready. After about an hour I'm ready. I do not yet have my license, so I need to ask my dad if he will pick up my friends and drop us all off. He agreed, and it only takes about 3 minutes to drive to my friend's place, and then a further 10 minutes to drive to my other friend's unit. My other friend Hayley lives in a small 2-bedroom unit with her mother, and the unit is right next to the beach, and it only takes around 5 minutes to walk down to where the festival takes place. When we arrive, she is already outside waiting for us, standing on the balcony and enjoying the sunset. We all file out the car, making sure to thank my dad for dropping us off, and then head upstairs to greet Hayley. We all hug and begin catching up, as we hadn't seen each other for a couple of months. We all headed inside for about 10 minutes to grab a drink and catch up a bit more. Hayley's mother came out and spoke to us for a bit as well. At this point the sun had almost very well truly disappeared, and so we decided this was the perfect time to head down to the festival. The walk down to the beach was pleasant. It was a warm summer night, and there was a cool breeze to ward off the heat, and the whole area smelled of cotton candy, buttered corn and warm donuts. We spent the first few hours going on rides together, and then we went and bought some food and sat down on the sand to eat it. So far the night was amazing, as usually whenever I went out with my friends, there was always a parent with us, but not this time. It felt great. It felt like freedom. After eating, we went up to the stage where the live bands were playing and danced for about an hour. There were plenty of classics being played like YMCA, Time Warp, and various hits from Greece. All in all, it was a really fun time. After an hour of dancing to music, the 4 of us decided to head back to Hayley's unit for drinks of water, as we had all spent all our money. At this point, it was well and truly dark and around 11 o'clock, and the heat of the day had subsided to a pleasant warmth. We walked along the path merrily, saying Happy New Year to every passing group or cop. A few partygoers on the 4th floor of the apartment complex shouted, "Hope you have an epic new year," drunkenly at us, and we laughed and wished them the same. As we walked further away from the crowd and the noise, the lights grew less and less. There aren't many streetlights near my friend's unit, and we were soon engulfed in a soothing darkness, with only the moon to light our way. It was at this point that I for some reason began to feel uneasy. It was too quiet for my taste. You know that feeling that you get when you're being watched? Or at least when you think that you are being watched? That exact feeling washed over me, and I subconsciously moved to walk in between Haley and Tyler, instead of walking on the outside of the group. I shrugged off the feeling after that, attributing it to the fact that perhaps my ears were just used to the loud noise of the festival. They were ringing a bit after all. We ran into another group of people that we knew from school along the way, and the feeling was completely forgotten. I had missed these people after graduation, and immediately struck up friendly, light-hearted conversation. We parted and made ways to Haley's unit, and climbed the stairs in. Haley's mother and her boyfriend greeted us upon arrival, and we all got drinks of water from the refrigerator, before relaxing together on the couch. We were all a tad worn out at this point, and the fireworks weren't for at least another hour, so we decided to chill at the unit and head down to the beach around 11:45. We all joined around and had snacks, and then Haley asked if she could sleep over at my place. I ring my folks to make sure it's okay with them, and they give me the okay. My parents love having Haley over. She's a very well-mannered person and likes to help out where she can. At 11:45, we all leave the unit and begin heading down the beach. We only get about a minute down the road before Haley says that she has forgotten her pain medication for her bad knee, which she is supposed to take before bed. At this, Jess seems a little annoyed but reluctantly agrees that we should go back so that we don't have to make another trip back before the night ends. We head back, and the whole way Jess seems to be a little distant, like her mind isn't on the conversation at hand, and she's more focused on something else. I am the most quiet and observant of the group, so I notice her silence quite quickly, since she's usually quite a chatterbox. I ask her if she's alright, and she just says, "Of course," and so I simply leave her to her thoughts. Perhaps she was just pissed that we had to go back and get the pills. Upon retrieving Haley's pain medication, we head back out again, and this time Jess suggests that we walk on the other side of the road. It's more well lit, and there are parents with children on the playground. We think nothing of it and agree, as both Haley and I have poor night sight, and a bit of light would be rather welcome. When we are halfway across the road, Jess mutters to me, "Don't look behind." My first thought is that maybe there is a drunk person with their pants down, urinating against a wall or something. But then Jess adds to the whole group, "Walk faster." I begin to feel uneasy, and immediately we all obey her request, knowing that whenever Jess tells us to do something seriously, it's usually for good reason. Word goes around the group to not look back, and despite the nagging human instinct to look, I trust Jess. When we are across the road, I ask Jess what was wrong, and what has her so on edge. She replies, "There's 3 guys in black hoodies following us. I recognized them from earlier." Earlier? I think to myself, puzzled. And then Jess explains that she saw those same 3 men when we came from the unit from water earlier. A chill runs down my spine, and I realize that my sense of being watched probably came from those men. What made me even more creeped out, though, is the fact that they had waited for us to come out. Unable to resist, I glance sideways out of my peripheral vision, and my heart hammers into my chest when I notice the 3 men. They are indeed rather pointedly following us and having their zipped hoods all the way up to their chins. This would not be so unusual if it weren't for the fact that it was quite hot at night and there would be no need for a hoodie or any other kind of jacket. They were also wearing bandanas over their mouths and noses, and I couldn't make out either of their facial features, and this scared me. Jess prompts us to not look again and suggests that we walk even faster, so we do so. Despite the fact that Haley, Taylor and I are all tall and strongly built people. I should mention now that we're 18-year-old females, and despite my build and reasonable strength, I understandably wouldn't want to tangle with 3 big, unknown men, dressed in all black with bandanas covering their faces. It crossed my mind that they probably thought we were good targets. Jess was short and thin. They most likely heard that Haley needed pain medication, and I walked with an obvious limp, as I have arthritis in my right knee, and Tyler had his hands full, being the pack yak, as they call it. Despite Jess's instruction, I can't help but give the occasional glance at the men, and of course they continued to follow us. They had even increased their pace to match ours, and kept looking over at us. I think they meant to intimidate us, as they made it quite obvious that they were staring. I ceased to look after realizing that they could probably tell we were keeping an eye on them, and instead opted to use my keen hearing to make sure they stayed across the road. I wasn't fond of this, as they could have had a knife or gun or anything. If they suddenly sprinted, at least we wouldn't be prepared. But I didn't want to provoke them more by staring. I am not a fast runner, and my stamina leaves much to be desired. At this point the path ends and gives way to bushes and shrubs. The brushland is quite easy to go around, but doing so would mean going closer to the unknown men following us, and none of us wanted to do that. So we all make an unspoken agreement to take a shortcut through the bushes. The bushland doesn't go on for very long, and it would take us straight to the festival where we could quite possibly lose these men. We head into the bushes, taking care to stay together, and watch for snakes, as summer is the season when the snakes like to come out most, especially at the beach. It's Snake City. About halfway through, we all recognize the sound of dried grass and leaves crunching underfoot, and then we hear rapid, heavy footsteps. We all broke into a sprint, not daring to look back at that point. We didn't have to look to know that those men were chasing us, and their confidence of going after 4 fully grown teenagers pretty much assured me that they were armed with weapons of some sort. We were not armed with anything, and quite frankly, we were all so spooked that we couldn't think straight. Our only instinct was to run as fast as possible. We made it out of the bushland, raced across the park, and slowed to a jog when we reached the crowd. We didn't stop though, but we steadily slowed to a hurried walk. I looked over my shoulder and recognized the 3 unknown men lurking across the car park. Moonlight glinted off the surface of a metallic object in the taller one's hand, and I immediately felt ill. We hurried down to where the biggest crowd was, gathering on the sand in preparation for the fireworks, picking a spot between 2 large groups, and we settled down and caught our breath. Funnily enough, all 4 of us have asthma, which we often joke about, saying that we found each other and bonded because of it, and we were all panting quite heavily. Tyler and I have it a bit worse than Jess and Haley, and you could hear us wheezing as we panted. Soon, the fireworks started, and we had all calmed enough to somewhat enjoy them, although the unknown men were still in the back of our minds. Our original plan had been to leave before the fireworks were finished, so that we could avoid the big crowds, but instead, we opted to leave with the crowds, and we walked down the road to the bigger car park where my dad was going to pick us up, making sure to stay around people. When we reached the car park, I called my dad, and he said that he would be there to pick us up in around 10 minutes. And after hanging up, I sat on the side of the path with my friends and waited. 5 minutes passed, and, bored, I decided to look around, as there were many bustling crowds making their way to their cars. There was a bit of a traffic jam too, as many cars were trying to leave at the same time. I looked across the road and realized, with a jolt, that 3 men in black hoodies were just there, half hidden behind a tree where there was no light. Even though I couldn't see their eyes, I could tell they were staring right back at me. They knew I'd spotted them. The taller one discreetly showed his knife, waving it a little as if to taunt me. Then he raised it to his throat and made a slow mock slicing motion. I quickly told my friends and we moved to a different spot, making sure to stay in the light and stay in sight of people. My dad arrived shortly after, and we quickly climbed in the car and none of us spoke a word of what happened. And since then, I haven't had any issues with anyone following me or my friends. It still gives me the creeps though. Whoever those men were with their intentions could not have been good. My father is a logger, specifically one who operates a tree saw, which is basically a giant machine that is capable of cutting down massive trees and cutting them to specified lengths, which means he spends a lot of time alone in the deep forest. The way my dad's logging crew was set up is that he would be told where he was supposed to cut down trees, and he would go do that and be paid based on the amount of trees he cut, not on how long it took him. So my dad used to work 16 to 20-hour days constantly to try and get as much done as quickly as possible, and then the rest of the crew would come clean up the trees and ship them to the mill. He used to work around 50% of the time alone, and the rest of the time with another tree saw operator called Renee. He would use radios to communicate back and forth when they were working together. So anyway, my dad and Renee were put on a new job site, and about 10 days in, everything was going as planned. But they constantly heard weird chitter-chatter over the radio that was such poor quality, no words could be heard, and whatever radio channel they changed it to, it followed them. As they progressed through the job and went further up the mountain, the words from the radio slowly became more audible. Both of them agreed, based on the small parts of conversation that they could hear, that something was wrong. They also started finding weird containers all over the place, and signs that people had been there. People should not have been there, as it was a 2.5-hour drive up a mountain. They had to spend 3 weeks clearing out the road, so their trucks and equipment could make it up. They came to the realization that they are in a very secluded area, with people who shouldn't be there, and the worst part is, they aren't scheduled to leave for about another week. They would only leave to refuel the truck with gasoline for matches, and they would buy supplies and sleep in campers. One day, Renee comes across a tent and calls my dad over. They investigate the tent and find one lone sleeping bag and a duffel bag. They investigate the duffel bag and find many pairs of children's underwear and things that appear to be a rape kit, like rope, duct tape, sketched images of children being molested, and photographs of children that appear unaware that they are being photographed. In the tent, they also find a small amount of food, which includes canned goods and an apple, which proved that the tent had been occupied recently, because there was no mold on it. They are now alone on a mountain with, at best case scenario, is a really messed up individual. Renee instantly wants to get out of there, but my dad, being the hardest working person I've ever met, insists that they need to finish the job and then leave. They decide that they will not talk over the radios except in case of emergencies, and use it to see if they can hear anyone talking over it. My father and Renee are now in close enough range of whoever has been talking over the radio to hear the conversations between two men about collecting water and wood for the fire. Nothing abnormal, except for the fact that these guys don't belong here, and that the tent is undoubtedly theirs. At the end of the workday, my dad hears them on the radio, talking about one of them collecting brush for a fire. My dad then hops on the radio and attempts to communicate with them about what the hell they are doing. I believe he said, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" After this, the conversation between the men abruptly stops and they never pick up. That night, Renee wakes my dad up and whispers for him to get his gun. Someone's outside. My dad has told me that the first thing he hears when he wakes up is the quiet shuffling of footsteps. My dad fumbles for his gun and finds it, but realizes that he doesn't have it loaded and has next to no idea where his rounds are, and Renee has nothing. And the thought of calling the police is absurd for multiple reasons. They hear a jiggle on the doorknob, and it opens. The camper is far enough off the ground to where you had to jump in, and there is no ladder or footstool. It just stays open, and neither my dad or Renee move. They hear scratching right outside the door though, and after 4 minutes of scratching, my dad can no longer take it and nods at Renee. He quietly gets up and walks towards the camper door, and the second he reaches it, he is met with an intense pain across his right eye and to the left of his cheek. He has been cut and falls to the camper, hitting the ground hard. A man with a knife gets on top of him, and he is soon being kicked in the top of the head by a man behind him. Renee leaps off the trailer and manages to get the man off my dad, and my dad gets up and realizes that the second man without a knife is running away, and the man with a knife is scrambling away from Renee and starts running alongside his accomplice. My dad and Renee get into the truck and drive to the nearest hospital to treat my dad's cuts, and later report the events to the police. They both quit their jobs, and 2 weeks later, as the rest of the logging crew was finishing up the job, one of them was found gagged, bound, raped, murdered, and thrown into a ditch. No one has been convicted of these crimes. To this day, my father can hardly see out of his right eye, and the pupil is disfigured and looks more like a cat's eye than a human's. He suffers from PTSD and hasn't slept a good night's sleep since. I am a fairly small girl, although I pretend my 5-foot-tall self isn't afraid of anything. I have facial piercings and brightly coloured hair with an attitude to match. I started working at a gas station in one of the smaller areas of my city in March of 2013. I was 19 and absolutely loved my job. I had lovely regulars and one or two creepy late night visitors every so often, but nothing I couldn't handle on my own. Shortly after, I started work at an ice cream shop and a barber shop, both owned by the same family, opened up in the same plaza. Super cool, right? One day in summer, the barber came over to the gas station, drove over one of the gas tank covers, and sort of flipped, leaving the pipe leaking down into the tank exposed. Because the gasoline is stored in huge tanks underground, any opening in the pipes leading to them is a hazard for many reasons: sparks, rainwater, etc. And of course, knowing the risks, I was worried. I walked out with him to the crowded parking lot and noticed he was looking at me funny. He said, "You look good today," which I shrugged off as a genuine compliment. Careful not to give him the wrong impression, I just nodded a quick thanks. I was uneasy about the way he was looking at me, but I didn't stress too much because there were people all over the place. I quickly kicked the cover over back in place, not really wanting to bend down before I thanked him, and I headed back to my spot behind the service counter, knowing there would be customers waiting for service. He came back in a short while later with a bowl of ice cream from his other shop and placed it down on my counter, saying, "I'm sorry for pulling you away from work. I was just worried about someone getting hurt." I smiled and thanked him, moving the bowl over to the other side of the computer. I went to get my wallet, and he promptly refused, saying all I needed to give him was a kiss. I laughed, thinking he was just harmlessly joking, like most of my elder clientele. And I joked, saying, "No kisses, but if I could, I would give you a hug," just assuming he knew about the rules of my workplace, as well as general not being a creeper. Following the little exchange, he told me there was some mixed up chocolate bars on the outside of the counter, as well as a couple of empty boxes. My work was always very picky about the display at the front, so without thinking, I immediately went over to fix them. I felt his hand graze my behind, so I quickly stood up and stomped my foot on his, saying, "I think it's time for you to get out of my workplace and go back to your own." I quickly made my way back behind the counter, and he thoroughly apologized, saying something about how he was just adjusting his apron and that he would never do such a thing. I started to feel a little like I'd overreacted, until I realized it was absolutely impossible for a vehicle to flip the tank cover. It clicked in my mind that the covers are made to be driven over, like the sewage drain covers, and that without some serious force, they would not move unless lifted with the gasoline delivery pickaxe thing. The barber had obviously kicked it in to get my attention, and I repeated my requests for him to leave me alone, and he grabbed my arm. He said it in a very menacing sort of way, that I would have an affair with him, before smiling and walking out the door. I threw out the ice cream right away, not having touched it, and went back to my business, trying to keep myself calm. The next couple of days went by without incident, but the third night he started to drive by after I'd closed and locked up for the night. As I was counting my cash, he would blow me kisses and wave weirdly, or sign that he was offering me a ride home. I always pretended not to see him, but I began to call people on my phone every time I had the closing shift. It escalated when I thought I saw his vehicle parked out back by the garbage bins, light off, and in the dark, with someone sitting on the driver's side. I called the police and explained what had been happening, telling them I was afraid for my safety. They came quickly and found out it was just some kid smoking dope in a vehicle that just happened to be the same make and model as his. But I felt better knowing that they had been made aware. After the police report was filed, he didn't bother me for a couple of weeks. Thinking it had stopped for good, my boyfriend took me over for an ice cream date, after checking to make sure he wasn't in for the day. The next night, I was with my friends about 5 minutes before closing. He stormed in, practically threw a bowl of ice cream at me, spitting, "Have a great night," and angrily rushed out. I was very confused and scared, wondering if he knew we'd gone to the shop. The next day, he walked by the pumps and looked around at each camera, and then back at me with a smile and a wave. I saw on the other cameras that he was looking at the ones around the building as well. I called my dad and he picked me up that night. After that, I decided I'd had enough for the day, and I went into his barber shop with an RCMP officer I knew very well. I told him he was no longer welcome on the gas station premises, and that if he came back when I was inside, the police would be notified. He started off by acting confused and a little hurt, and that I was making such awful accusations, but ended by yelling at me and telling me that he would find me and hurt me because I was a slut and would get what I deserved. I was scared because besides the one small joke I made it clear to him that he was not welcome anywhere near me. I quit my job shortly after that and haven't hung around the place besides the time I need to stop in and get gas in a rush. A few weeks before I quit my job though, whilst the creep was hanging out, another man walked in. Noticing I was uncomfortable, he waited for the creep to leave before asking me if I was okay. I smiled and said, "Yeah, of course. What can I get for you?" He told me he could start by telling him the truth. He slid me a business card across the counter, and I looked down and I saw that it was a police information card. I looked up at him, and he smiled and he said, "Give me a call to my extension this evening when you finish work. I work around here, so if anything is wrong, I would feel better being informed so I can keep an eye out." I thanked him profusely, and he went on his way. Later that night, I called and filled him in, but asked him not to file a report because the police had already been notified prior to my phone call to him. The next day, he came over to my house to take another statement and give me information for what I should do, like press charges or try for a restraining order, as well as give me case numbers and other pertinent information about the creep. He met my dad, and they talked about being a police officer for a while, and then we all sat down to discuss the situation. My laptop background was a slightly sexy Halloween photo of my boyfriend and I, where I had my leg up a fake gun and was dressed up as a sexy Eagle Scout. I completely forgot what my background was since my laptop had sat unused for a couple of weeks, and he made a lewd comment about not wanting to see any of my homemade videos that my boyfriend and I had made. It made me feel quite uncomfortable, but I shrugged it off. I quickly opened a Word document and wrote down what he told me, whilst Googling the barber and giving him information on what I was finding. It turned out that he was in a lot of trouble for fraud, theft, and a few other things. After a few weeks, I told the barber to stop coming into the store, and it led to a rather huge altercation at his barber shop, so I decided to just drop it. It wasn't worth the anxiety it was causing me, but I kept talking to the police officer, who would drop into my work or send me a text every so often to ask me how I was doing, and if everything was okay. I appreciated his concern, since it made me feel like I could count on him if I was ever stuck, you know? A few months later, he sent me a text asking how I'd been since leaving the gas station, and how school was. He told me it had been so long he didn't remember what I looked like. I just said, "I'm still an angry punk rock metal lady." And he said, "Aw, send me a photo." I felt really uncomfortable, so I never replied, deleting the conversation and going about my daily activities. I didn't hear from him for a while, about November, to shortly before New Year's. It was just before New Year's Eve, and I was on my way to a doctor's appointment to confirm some pretty sad news, when he sent me a text asking me what I was doing for New Year's Eve. I didn't reply then and there, but a few days later, after New Year's, I told him it was good, and he asked me if I'd gotten lucky. I told him that was inappropriate and unacceptable, to which he responded, "You know, you'd be a lot less grouchy if you got laid regularly." The way he said it, along with a winky face, made it obvious he was insinuating that I go to him for that. I was so angry and scared, since he knew where I lived and worked, as well as where I went to school. I deleted the conversation and blocked the number. I called my boyfriend that night and cried about it to him. And he gave me a ton of shit for not being smarter and not keeping it. I even tried calling Apple in California to see if they could do anything to retrieve the texts, since they're all stored internally anyway. Of course, they refused because of privacy issues, but at least I tried. I saw him again in July, after a disastrous night at the bar. I was walking down the street with my friend, and he was at the end of his driveway. He asked why I never text him anymore, and I just sort of gave an excuse and hurried away. She looked at me at once, we were in a safe place, and said, "You don't even have to tell me. I can tell by the look he gave you. Promise me you won't walk down that street anymore alone." It's quite unsurprising that after all this crap, I'm having serious trust issues with new people. I've been hiking since I was a kid, so I have a number of stories. The most terrifying one happened to me when I was 16. I just got my license and I decided to go on a 3-day solo hike. On my second day, I was stopping at a river to collect and purify water. When I was getting my water, I heard what sounded like a wind chime on the other side of the river. On the other side, I walked back about 20 feet and saw probably about a dozen small houses made of sticks, bark and logs. The houses were only a couple of feet big, and I kept walking on a path that the houses were on, and it led me down a small hill. At the bottom there was a house, made the same as the others but full size. Attached to the front were the wind chimes. From afar, I saw animal pelts, and I assumed the guy living there hunted them and just had the pelt on display. But when I got closer, I saw they were whole rotten carcasses. I got out of there, grabbed my bag, and hiked through part of the night just to get away as quickly as possible. I couldn't really sleep. I kept hearing the wind chime. I think it was all just in my head. The next morning I still had a whole day's hike until I got to the end where the rangers were. And when I got there, I told them what I saw and pointed it out on a map. They told me that they would go check it out, get rid of everything that was authorized, and if anyone was there to kick them out. They thanked me and left. I know some rangers at different parks, and I know they carry guns. I assumed they went there armed and dealt with whoever was building there. I haven't been back to find out what they discovered, and I don't want to risk it. A few years ago when I was 19, I was coming home from watching the fireworks display on New Year's Eve. It was 3 a.m. when I reached my safe, family-friendly, nothing ever happened neighbourhood. I'm from Sydney, Australia, and live in a posher and wealthier area. My friends wanted to call a taxi, because we didn't want to wake our poor parents at this hour to drive us home. Because of my stubbornness and insistence, we ended up taking the very long walk home. My friend Aidan was complaining most of the time. Guess you can't blame him. Rowan was just silent and compliant. I was cheerful. When we reached almost my street, we split ways. The guys continued on their very long walk home, much longer than mine, and I continued on to mine. When I passed a little cake shop, I noticed a guy across the street. I only looked at him briefly, but something in the way he quickly looked up at me almost in interest caught my attention. I hurried on anyway, because I'm usually paranoid about things, and 99% of the time it's just me, being paranoid. I turned onto my street, which was much darker than I'd anticipated. This was around 3:15 AM, mind you, and as I passed the bowling club and the oval, I kept looking behind me just to make sure. It was getting quite cold and dark, so I started feeling creeped out, but there was no one behind me. No one anywhere I could see anyway. I was halfway down my street, where the road dips down, when I noticed something on the path in front of me. I couldn't tell what it was, and at the last minute I stepped off the path onto the road to avoid it, because it looked like it might be a dead animal. And as I stepped onto the road, I turned slightly and saw that there was someone behind me. They weren't too close, but they weren't too far away either. And I remember my heart leapt into my throat because I hadn't seen them before. And for them to have gotten that close in such a short space of time, well, it didn't sit well with me. When I told people about this later, they said that I should have been quite sus. It's 3 AM in the morning, and you're quietly walking behind a girl, not even bothering to keep a safe distance? Like, if you're really innocent, you'd take measures to emphasize that, right? I couldn't see who it was, whether it would be male or female, because it was just a black figure to me. It was a very brief glimpse. I was scared though, so I whipped out my phone and started to call Aiden. I kept calling him, but silly Vodafone wouldn't connect me to him. So I tried calling Rowan, but he wouldn't pick up either. I kept this up at least 5 times, getting increasingly anxious, but not daring to look behind me to see if he was still there. I'm glad I didn't actually. I think I would have really freaked out if I confirmed it. By that time I'd just reached my driveway, and I hurried up it, thinking I would be safe. But, as I was halfway up, I looked over my shoulder again just really quickly, and I saw the figure again. The way I explain this next bit is really confused and muddling, because on the one hand, it may have just looked like he was merely passing my driveway, but on the other, I'm much more certain that it looked like he was about to step onto it. At that precise moment though, it occurred to me that he might be my older brother Jonathan, because no one else would bother walking up my driveway, even if this guy was following me. It never occurred to me that they would really go to all the lengths of going up my driveway as well. I thought it would be completely safe, because I had the advantage of having my house close when he started following me. However, something about the build of the figure didn't really seem like Jonathan to me, so I hurried on in anyway. My beautiful, wonderful, amazing mother had stayed up to wait for me, and I'm so grateful, because she opened the door as soon as I knocked. I hate to imagine what would have happened if I had to have waited for a while. I went inside, but I left the second door open and the outside light on because I thought Jonathan might be coming in any second now. But my mum was like, "You can turn them off, he came back 2 hours ago." I did get a little creeped out by then, but I just dismissed the thought, because we are all so quick to think that we are always so safe. I closed the door, shut off the light, and went to grab a drink of water. My mum went to bed, and I went to my room to grab my clothes, and then went into the bathroom to take a shower, and I switched off the living room lights. This is sort of funny now to think about it. Before I took the shower, I replied back to a message from Aiden who was asking if I was home safe. I demanded to know why they hadn't picked up the phone, and then told him that I was creeped out for a few minutes but it was okay. Then I showered. I actually thought about the figure. I wasn't too convinced that it was following me, but my mind did teeter into wondering this or that. In any case, I remember thinking that it was okay because I was safe now. Then, near the end of my shower, I heard something at the window. It didn't sound like the usual creaking or bumping of an old house. The way I described it to other people was like the sound of someone resting their hands against the window to steady themselves. It sounded really unnatural, I know, because it caught my attention straight away, and I immediately jumped to the possibility that there might be someone outside. And I know that only a really strange sound could make me do what I did next, which was turn off the water and crouch under the window, hiding and waiting. I waited for some time, too scared to move for a few minutes, but there was nothing. So I gingerly crawled out, still too scared to stand up properly, and I switched off the bathroom lights. But then, it was impossible for me to dry myself and dress myself. So I turned on the heater light, which is much smaller and dimmer, but as I did that, I noticed at the window there were very small blue lights. That certainly didn't belong there. The only way I can describe it, it was almost like the keypad of a phone was lit up. I was so scared, but I switched off the heater light as well and backed into a corner, my towel wrapped around me, and I waited. It seemed like a long time that I waited. I was too scared to unlock the door and move because I knew it would make a lot of noise. And as I waited in the pitch darkness, several blue lights came on outside the window. It became very bright, and they were moving it, trying to shine it through the window. Now that I think about it, was it a phone? I'm not sure. But that did it. I practically bolted for my mum. I unlocked the door and went into my parents' room, trembling like a leaf, and gibbering that there was someone outside the bathroom window. I was very clearly upset. My mum ushered me around, trying to find a safe room for me to change into. My dad apparently heard the footsteps hurrying back down the driveway, and I'm glad he did, because the situation feels so unreal to me. I'm not even sure if it really happened. Maybe I imagined it, but this is all confirmation that it was not my imagination. I was so shaky. I slid into bed and couldn't sleep the whole night until morning. And even when it was morning, I was terrified, especially when I heard Dad leave the house and go into the backyard. So that's my lesson learned. I'm never walking home at night again. I'm even a bit worried during the day. We never did find out who it was. People wonder if it was the same person I'd passed earlier, but I don't think so. My brother doesn't think so either. He says that it may have been someone lurking at the oval, who came out of a little hole as I walked past the supposed dead animal on the path, because of how suddenly he appeared behind me. Please don't go walking home alone at night, girls. It only takes one moment for you to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it can go very wrong indeed. My buddy Todd and I were camping at a small state lake in Kansas. The park is surrounded by farmland, with about a mile-long gravel road leading up to it, which then goes into the woods and descends to the lake. As anyone who is familiar with gravel roads can attest, it's easy to hear someone coming. The campsite we were staying at was in the hills above the lake and wasn't frequently used, but unfortunately is closed now. We are both light sleepers and would wake up to a moose rustling the leaves near our tent. That night, we were up until sometime after 1 a.m, talking about the old days next to the fire, and we were asleep at around 1:30. We don't like to drink in the woods because it dulls our senses, and we slept somewhere restlessly and woke up to every tiny sound that night. Every sound, except one that would explain why there was a large bottle of baby oil squarely in front of our tent door in the morning. We both looked at each other in shock and packed up our shit to leave, in case it was a threat of something to come that night. This second story also happened with Todd, but it was at a different campground. We used to like to renegade camp, which is a term we made up about camping places that we weren't supposed to be in. We'd choose a park that had a good chunk of woods and closed at sundown, park our cars in a nearby neighborhood, and walk in before the park closed, We'd set up camp, and after the park was closed, we'd have a little fire in our low-key camp. Very good times. On one of our renegade camping trips, we were staying at the far side of a lake that was very rural. We had some friends drop us off during the day, and we walked deep into the woods near the lake. On this side of the lake there was no camping allowed, and we hadn't seen anyone else at it. We didn't camp near the water because we didn't want to be seen. The woods were packed with locust trees, with those giant medieval torture thorns, and strung between those trees were ropes like spider webs, with huge face huggers. It made for some pretty uncomfortable progress through ravines. By the time we set up camp, we were pretty jittery from the hike, and a little bloody from all the thorns. When we finally made it to bed that night, we still had the creepy crawlies, and felt like there were spiders on us constantly, so it took us a while to get back to sleep. At around 3 a.m, I was awoken by a hard, flat slap right across the middle of my bare chest. I woke up shouting, "What the hell?" And Todd was screaming, "Spiders! Spiders are everywhere, they're all over us!" And he started frantically trying to get out of the tent, whilst wildly swinging around to get the spiders off. He was brushing his body like they were all over him, and taking wild swings at his sleeping bag and mine. I was freaking out and flailing at everything, trying to get a flashlight to see what the hell was going on. He managed to get the tent door unzipped, and had taken 2 steps in his tidy whities, and I started yelling, "Todd, you're gonna run into the thorns!" And then he stopped and turned around and slowly said, "Mike, why am I outside the tent?" Like, what the hell? You said there were spiders, I thought. And he replied in a very calm voice, "They're gone now," and turned and slowly started getting back into the tent. I'm panting like I'd run a marathon, and high as hell on adrenaline, as he calmly gets back in his sleeping bag. I shook him and said, "What the hell? What was that?" He acted like he'd just woken up. Turns out, I was missing one crucial piece of information. My friend Todd was taking a new medication, and that had the potential side effect of night terrors. After a few minutes of speaking about what had just happened, I calmed down a little, and then, off in the woods behind us, we hear, "Todd, where are you going, Todd? You're going to run into the thorns, Todd." There was dead silence. We couldn't even breathe. We whispered to each other, "What the hell was that?" Then we heard the same voice from behind us at a different angle. It travelled several hundred yards left in a couple of seconds. "Todd, I'm trying to find you, Todd. Where are you?" Holy shit, what the hell are we gonna do? We can't run into the woods, we'll get destroyed in the thorns. We can't hide from something that can move like that. The voice didn't echo. It was just kind of out there, but sounded like it was 50 yards off still. There was no sound at all. Nothing was moving. Then, Todd almost gave me a heart attack by yelling out into the night, "I'm fine. Go back to bed." And I slapped the shit out of him. We never got a response. We turned on every light we had, built the fire up until it was about 6 feet high, and waited with wide eyes and pocket knives drawn for the morning to come. I've never been back to that park since. New Year's 2009, going into 2010. I went to visit a friend who was attending university in a nearby city. The house she lived in happened to be a street away from the house I was born in, and spent the first 7 years of my life in. so I knew the area reasonably well. There were 4 of us girls, but only myself and the girl who was going uni knew the area. Basically, her house was at the edge of a walled park, which was locked overnight dusk till dawn. On the other side of the park was the main body of the city, including the uni itself, and the majority of the pubs and clubs and drinking places. To get from one to the other, you'd have to go around the park, which for the most part is reasonably well lit. We'd spent the night out over New Year's and we'd all gotten pretty drunk. The token lightweights were smashed. The normally sensible ones of the 3 of us were hiccuping and falling over the place, and saying she loved all of us. The uni girl was the usually messy drunk, but she seemed to be holding herself together, though she and I were also stumbling and noticeably drunk anyway. We took the route over the top of the park because it was marginally quicker. As we walked along, we passed the opening of a back alley, where we saw a man just standing in the middle of the lane about 30 yards away. He wasn't on his phone, he wasn't with anyone. He was just stood stock still and dressed in dark, nondescript clothes, directly in the middle of the empty alleyway just facing us. Unigirl and I clocked eyes, and both of us knew something was up with this picture. Sensible girl drunkenly decided it would be a great time to yell Happy New Year at the top of her lungs and enthusiastically wave at him. Unigirl and I dragged her away from the alleyway and quickly marched both of them onwards. The Unigirl asked me if he was following us, and my heart stopped as I turned my head and saw he'd left the alleyway. We sped up. Now Unigirl and I realized the predicament easily. We were closer to the front entrance to her house. It was terraced, so a huge row of connected houses. But that could mean that the man, who was casually walking behind us, but definitely gaining, would almost certainly know where we were staying and which house my friend lived in. We decided to take the risk to go around the back, and luckily lost him before we got to the alleyway entrance, so he wasn't 100% on where we'd gone, or into which house we'd go into. Uni and I got the sensible girl and the lightweight settled down, and began sneaking looks out the front window curtains, only to see him walking up and down the road on the other side, quite obviously peering into windows and looking at lights that were on in the houses. Our skin crawled, so we phoned the non-emergency police number and told them what happened. They sent a car around the block, and we saw the dude quickly disappear after that. The next morning, we told the other 2 what happened. They had no clue the danger that we'd been in. We had the TV on in the background and the local news came on. A girl had been separated from her friends whilst drunk the night before, and had been attacked and raped in the same road we saw the man in the first place. Collectively, we were shaken by what could have been. The second part occurred when I happened to move back to the area in 2014. By then I'd totally forgotten about this episode, so I was trying to settle into my job, which had brought me back to the area. I was again on the other side of the park, this time at the bottom, and my new house was a few roads back from where the uni girls had been. So I basically would walk this same road every day to and from work, through the park during the daytime, and along the lower wall of the park at night. I would work late on some days, with my hour rota until 11 PM, but often I wouldn't leave to walk home until 12, 1 or even 2. It was a shit job. They kept putting me in on Friday and Saturday nights, which I didn't mind at all, but then 2 Saturdays in a row, I felt like I was being followed by someone. Though both times I was able to go into a shop to lose them, or to get a friend who lived on their way to come outside their house and chat with me, until the person following me turned around or went a different way. I wasn't rotated for weekends for a little bit, so it didn't escalate. And it didn't happen on weekdays, so I thought I was being paranoid. A couple of months later, however, I stayed late at work on a Friday again. It was around 1:30. I was exhausted and ready for bed. I was sleepily wandering my way home, not really paying attention to my surroundings, when a man from the other side of the road crossed towards me. I was immediately alert, wondering what he wanted. He asked me if I had a light, but I said no, I didn't smoke, and kept walking. He kept going in the opposite direction behind me, but then I heard his feet turn and his footsteps follow behind mine. I just kept walking. Maybe he was going home for a light. I took my next turn, and sure enough, so did he. We were walking alongside a fairly busy main road, well lit, which had cars going next to it every few minutes. But I was about to turn into a much quieter residential area, where the lights were less frequent, and there wouldn't be cars going past unless going into a house. Not wanting to be paranoid, I decided to do a test on whether this guy was just innocently heading home or actually had another purpose for turning around behind me. This was, by the way, when my brain decides to remind me that we are literally walking right past the house where the first incident occurred. I turned into the residential area. The first building on the right is a funeral home, which has 2 carports in the back where they keep the hearses. I scooted down past the house, barely not breaking into a full-on run, and I hid in one of the carports, sticking my head out of the shadow to watch if he'd first follow me into the residential area, and secondly, if he'd just walk straight past the little alley I was hiding in. Sure enough, he turned into the residential area. He walked halfway across the alley opening, then visibly began searching for me in the 2 directions I could have gone. If I'd have kept walking, I would have been very visible. Instead, he gave up after a few seconds of just walking back and forward. He shrugged his shoulders and began walking back from where he came. I went home, shaken by what I'd seen, and asked my bosses if I could possibly not work late Fridays and Saturdays, because I'd been followed recently on 3 occasions. Their response was that it would not be possible to get preferential treatment, and so, if I wanted to be safe, they recommended I take a taxi, which they wouldn't pay for and would cost me an hour's pay for a 2-minute drive, as I lived only a 12-minute walk away from my workplace. Needless to say, I quit shortly after. Last summer, my boyfriend and I went camping in some nature preserve in Pennsylvania. I can't remember the name of it. It was pretty primitive camping. No cell service, and we saw 2 other people there in the entire place. It was huge, so it was pretty empty. My boyfriend immediately said these 2 people seemed off to him right away. I don't know if they had anything to do with what happened that night, but I'll describe them. The first person was a woman who had her truck parked off the trail and had the hood open. I don't really notice these types of things, but my boyfriend said it looked to him like she was waiting for someone to pull off beside her and offer to help with her truck. Normally my boyfriend is the type to at least offer to call someone, but he said that she skeeved him out. He didn't even want to draw her attention more than was necessary. The next person we saw drove by several times whilst we were setting up. He just kept driving by slowly and looking at us. I didn't even notice though until my boyfriend pointed out that he'd already done it twice before. Whether these 2 people had anything sinister going on or not, the real story has to do with what woke us up at around 3 a.m. It was incredibly loud and sudden. I couldn't describe it or even compare it to anything, but my boyfriend said that it sounded similar to a chain gun revving up, or someone using a large tool to scrape gravel. My boyfriend jumped up and looked out the little window of the tent. The sound happened again, again, and again, and it was getting noticeably closer each time. I was about to piss myself, but my boyfriend told me it was probably miles off. I didn't question this because loud noises can be heard from miles away, right? Well, later my boyfriend told me that he said this to me in order not to scare me. It really sounded like it was coming from right down the little dirt road. At one point, he said he suspected it was right in front of our campsite. The only reason he didn't tell me to get out and dart for the car was because he would be afraid it would be someone trying to scare us out of the tent for some dreadful reason. When he whispered, I should have noticed he was whispering and knew something was wrong, since otherwise he would have just spoken normally, right? He would have told me to go back to sleep. However, I couldn't because every little sound I heard outside I thought was someone sneaking up onto the tent. Eventually, my boyfriend told me to get out and help him pack up. It was about 20 minutes perhaps after the sound stopped, and he held onto our only weapon, a machete, in front of him. It was a full moon, so we didn't need a light, and while we were packing quickly, I noticed an empty beer can close to our dead campfire. It certainly wasn't there when we went to sleep at around 10 p.m, as neither of us even bought any beer. Thankfully, we got out of there, and the rest of the trip we had a blast, and we either camped in areas well populated by the campers, or got a hotel room. Sometimes, it's just not worth the risk when in the middle of nowhere. When I was a kid, hiking along a coastal national forest area with my friend and his dad, I went alone down an overgrown side trail to pee. I noticed a stench from the main trail that we figured was a dead animal somewhere that was nearby, but it was getting more powerful as I went a short distance down that side trail. I stopped at a tree to do my business and found some trash scattered at the base of it. A cardboard sign leaned against it that read, "Come and find me," with an arrow pointing further down the overgrown trail. At that point, the stench was so powerful that my nose was starting to burn. I couldn't pee, with my mind freaking out, with all the kind of images of what the hell could be further down the trail. So I went back to the main trail and didn't say anything to my friend or his dad about what I had seen until I couldn't hold my pee in anymore, and asked his dad to stop again so that I could pee. When we got back to town, he called it in to the local sheriff. I don't know what they found, if anything, but I can't help but still imagine some suicidal man's corpse or a bunch of dead animals a budding serial killer slaughtered and arranged somewhere down the trail. I've had my fair share of creepy people throughout my life. Bucharest is a city where things like this rarely happen. So just take it from me, I had bad luck. First of all, let me just say that I'm not your average scaredy cat dude who legs it when someone stares at them for a long time. I'm also not the kind of guy that would hide under his bed if my house gets broken into. You better believe I'll stomp their asses with no regard for my own safety. Keyboard warrioring aside, there have been a few moments that I've had with total strangers that have been genuinely scarring and absolutely terrifying. I'm going to be talking about the most messed up situation that I've ever been in my life, and I profoundly hope that it never happens again. The incident happened 4 years ago before New Year's Eve. I was 18 at the time and had finished high school in summer with no activity and nothing else to do. So I decided to look for something I could do part-time with my limited skill sets and talents. The only thing I was remotely good at was playing video games and boxing. My mum found out about this casting job in a newspaper article back when she didn't know how to browse the internet, and she called and set up a meeting without really talking to me about it. I decided to just play along since I was searching for something anyway, and casting in some shows seemed like an awesome choice. I'm 6'1", and I was skinny at the time, so I figured that they would make me wear stuff like a clothing model. Needless to say, my naivety got the best of me, and I didn't realize that things did not work that way at all. I got to the casting studio, and the place was a total wreck. It was in some run-down building at the edge of the city. No windows. The bricks in the walls were cracked, and the withering vegetation was getting a hold of the whole place. It was also strange that there were no people around, but I figured that since this was the city's edge and all, then it should be a normal sight. I realized that there was no front door, so I went down some stairway on the far end of the building, which led me to a rotten wooden door. There was no handle or anything, so I didn't even know if I should try and push or pull it with the tip of my finger somehow. I decided that it must be the wrong place, so I called their number, which my mum provided me with, and somebody answered. It was, well, she said she was a woman, but I thought she was a man at first. See, she had such a low-pitched voice. She was very sweet and patient with me, and told me that this was indeed the building, and that I should go in. I should try to hold the door and push on it a bit, and then pull it towards me slowly, so it wouldn't break the hinges, and not to be afraid when I go inside, because it's going to be pitch black. Apparently there's no electricity in the area, so I just needed to go forward until I felt another door, and that was going to take me to another hallway which was completely lit up, and then take me into their office. Now hold up. What kind of insane dumbass do you think I am to do this? I've watched too many horror movies to know that this is all kinds of wrong. The lady on the other side gave me a brief explanation of why the office was like this. Apparently, this was an apartment complex built in the 60s, but it got really wrecked after the 77 earthquake, which killed quite a lot of people because some of the pillars on the second floor were really unstable beforehand, so they had to close it, and no one has really done anything with it since. Since the casting company was really low budget, they couldn't afford to have a nice looking office, and to be in a good looking place, or at least a safe one. One thing I found sketchy is that somewhere in this conversation she said, "You're alone, yeah?" I thought this was a bit strange, as if she could see me somehow. Her story seemed legit though. I closed the door, opened the rotting door, and sure enough, darkness. I should point out that when I pulled the door towards me, there was a chair in front of the door, probably to block it from collapsing inwards, as it apparently swung both ways because of its state of decay. I activated my phone flashlight to look around, and it was just really empty. There were a few chairs in a corner, and a dirty white ragged looking tarp on the ground next to them. The door in the front had the same aspect of the rotting wood. I figured that they would at least renovate that one to make it look more appealing. I pushed the door gently, and it opened with a very loud creak. I think I should have pulled it, but this one didn't have handles either. Everything was still dark. I started questioning the system that they use and the fact that they're not professional. The lady told me that the hallway would be lit up, yet it wasn't. With my phone light still on, I scanned the room for clues as to where the office might be. I know how this must seem to you, listener. How did I not pick up on this incredibly sketchy situation? I'm just used to this. In the past, me and my parents didn't have light sources in our backyard. So whenever we needed something from the pantry, which also didn't have a light source, we would be in total darkness. This whole thing was getting on my nerves, so I deactivated my flashlight and decided to call the number again. As soon as I put my phone to my ear, and the light it emitted turned off, I heard a loud creak behind me. The sound of the rotting door I pushed out earlier getting back into place. I jumped at the sound and let out a sharp yell. I instinctively put my phone out, but the light the dial screen was emitting was too weak to see in front of me. "Hello?" I asked in a worried voice, but there was no response. But in a second I could hear the dial tone from my phone, and I hear a Nokia ringtone, the piano one, from the other side of the room from where the door had been closed. I stay silent for a moment, and the ringing stops. I have never been more horrified in my life. I crouched down and started moving along the wall to my left, as quickly and quietly as possible. I hear very faint footsteps coming from my right, but I couldn't tell if they're coming towards me. I formulated a very basic escape plan in an instant. I had a general idea of where the door was, and the footsteps seemed to be directionless. I took 2 coins of 50 bunny out of my pocket and threw them at the corner of the other side of the room, and then booked it. I pushed on the edge of the door at first because I ran too fast and had no idea where the door was, and I pushed against it to get out the room. I tripped because I was expecting no resistance, yet a chair was blocking the other side. I heard scampered footsteps behind me and slight grunts. I get up and run away in the dark room with no regard to what I may hit on the path. I just knew the exit would be right in front of me. Sure enough, I hit another chair on the way, the one that I found blocking the door at the entrance, and it propelled me so hard that I bashed the door and knocked it out of its hinges. I opened my eyes and I was outside, so my first instinct was to scream for help at the top of my lungs. I look in the building and I finally see him. A tall, overweight man, probably around 300 pounds, carrying a cloth in one of his hands. He was wearing a white tank top and jeans or sweatpants, and I wasn't really paying much attention at the time, but the expression on his face was one of pure anger. I scampered around and ran up the stairs as fast as I could, and then turned right into town. I ran for about 3 or 4 minutes at full speed, not stopping for anything, until I finally reached a main street and saw a lot of cars. I was still in a panicked state, so I beelined to the nearest taxi and told him to take me home. I called my mum when I was halfway and told her everything that happened. She felt sick to her stomach and started crying that she put me in a situation where I might have died. Later that day, I filed a report at our nearest police station, and they sent a dispatch there. We were informed that they found traces of a few blunts, which had cannibal saliva and a double-edged razor on the ground. They also found a broken Nokia flip phone in the dirt outside. My parents told the police that if they find anything else, to please contact them. This has left me with some serious issues, as I know I feel very anxious whenever I go to job interviews. I only feel relatively safe if the location is in a very public place, and the interview is at rush hour. One man did this to me. By far, the worst New Year's Eve I've ever had. So kids, stay safe. And remember, your martial arts training doesn't mean shit when you're scared shitless. I was camping in Lake Tahoe with my family when I was 18. I stepped away from our camp for a few minutes to try and take a picture of this odd-looking pine tree. It had all the branches shaved off clean at one side. I had seen down the trail a couple of minutes away, and I followed the trail, but couldn't find this enormous pine I was sure had been there. I walked back and couldn't find the camp. Mind you, I was still on the trail. I was either walking in one direction or another, and we were camping right by the clearing that was in no way hidden. I walked back and forth for about 20 minutes and couldn't find anything remotely familiar. I had walked maybe a yard in either direction, trying to find the camp or anything that could lead me to it. I even took to yelling to get my dad's attention, but nothing happened. So I figured I'd return to my original starting point and wait until my dad came for me, but I couldn't find that either. It just seemed as if I were walking through invisible portals that sent me off different parts of the trail. After about 10 minutes of following this trail back and forth and ending nowhere, a little bit of panic set in. I noticed that the woods had become stupidly silent, not quiet, but silent and muffled, as if I were wearing earbuds. Then I heard the ocean, not the sound of water, but the actual thunder of big oceanic waves crashing against rocks. Only that sound and nothing more. Finally I panicked, and just booked it through the opposite direction. After a few minutes of running, I found myself in a familiar spot, and then I made my way back to camp. To me, the whole ordeal seemed to take about 30 to 40 minutes tops. My dad actually told me that I had been gone for 3 hours, and that he himself had walked after me and couldn't find me anywhere. I had just moved to Rhode Island and was getting settled when I met this new guy called Joe, and he had asked me out to dinner. We had started hanging out a lot and eventually began dating. After we'd been together for a few weeks, he decided to have his friends Jay and Paul come over for dinner. So they come over and I cooked dinner, and we actually got along really well. So eventually, the night led to us all somehow sitting on the floor of the apartment and talking politics. The night was great. Jay had eye problems, so he can't drive. So later, after Paul had already left, Joe went to bring Jay home. On the ride home, Jay started yelling at Joe and freaking out about how he never gets his way, and how Joe always has the great catch, and how I was everything he ever wanted in a girl. Whilst I was flattered, the outburst was a little scary. Jay then proceeded to demand that Joe pull over and let him walk home. Joe didn't want to drop a half-blind man off in a town he was unfamiliar with at 1 in the morning, but Jay opened the car door whilst the car was moving and tried to get out. So Joe finally pulled over and let him out. Joe got all the way back to the apartment and told me what happened, and I felt awful knowing that he was wandering around the city, and Jay had already texted Joe telling him to leave him alone. So I drove out to find him, and he was 20 feet away from where Joe had left him, and I made him get in the car and took him home. So the next day, Joe tried talking to Jay about the previous incident, and they only ended up getting into an argument. A few weeks later, Jay called me. No idea how he got my phone number, as Joe said he didn't give it to him in order to apologize to me. The conversation started off fine, but then it got weird. He would go on and tell me how much he needed a girl like me, and how much he liked me, even in the first 5 minutes we'd met. He then proceeds to talk bad about Joe, who he had been friends with for over 25 years. They met in a camp for kids with eye problems, you see. And he would tell me about how all the girls Joe had been with, and how bad he was for me, and how I deserved someone like him instead. I told him how uncomfortable this all was, and we got off the phone. Later that evening, Joe came over and we spoke about the phone call. He was pretty upset over it, which I understood, but I told him I just thought Jay was lonely, so we brushed it off. A few days later, Jay and Joe made up and were no longer fighting, but things were still kind of strained. They went out for lunch, and I got a text from Joe saying to meet him at a restaurant. When I got there, I find out that Joe never texted me, and that Jay had taken his phone and messaged me. It was weird and resulted in another fight. I went home kind of upset. I didn't like to see these two longtime friends fighting, especially saying some of the things they did to each other. Joe was being very defensive about me, and Jay was just being mean. So Joe came over later that night to see how I was, and we watched a movie to relax. He left later that evening, and after about 10 to 15 minutes after he left, I got a phone call from an unknown number. It was Jay, and he said it was an emergency and that he was at the hospital, and that Joe wasn't answering his phone. So I got dressed and got in the car and headed to the hospital. You see, Jay has a form of eye cancer, retinoblastoma, so I thought something might be wrong. On the way there, I called Joe and left him a voicemail telling him what was up. I get to the hospital, and no one with Jay's name was checked in. I called his cell, but there was no answer. So I drove home, and when I got to my house, Jay was on my front steps. I hadn't seen him until I got to the front steps, as I have a very long and dark driveway. I asked him what the hell was going on. I was super scared and nervous at the same time, and he started telling me how much he loved me and wanted me, and that Joe didn't deserve me, and that if I would just be with him, he would be so happy, as would I. He was getting closer and closer to me with every sentence, and I was backing up further and further. It was very scary, and I started to yell at him to stop and leave, or I would call the police, and he wasn't listening. So I felt into my jean pocket for my phone, and I had left it in the car. So I turned and started running for my car, and I could hear him right behind me. I made it to my car and managed to unlock it and get in before he caught up. I was just punching in 911 when Joe pulled up into the driveway behind me. He had Paul with him. I guess they went to the hospital to see Jay. They both got out and went to Jay to calm him down. They finally got him to leave, and Joe was so apologetic, and Paul had no idea what was happening, because he didn't know any of the other details. They went inside to calm me down, and so that Joe could catch up Paul on the story. They both stayed the night there, and Joe and Paul contacted Jay and informed him that if he were ever to come near me again, the police would be contacted, and there would be a restraining order placed on him. So fast forward a few months, it's now New Year's Eve, and the three of us had not seen or heard from Jay, and we were moving on from the whole situation. So Joe is having a New Year's Eve party at his apartment, and we were all having a great time and enjoying the evening. At around 11:30, the doorbell rang and I went to answer. And guess who was at the door? With Joe's ex-girlfriend, Sarah. I lost it a bit and almost slammed the door shut in their face. Joe showed up behind me and was trying to figure out what was going on exactly. Turns out, Jay had been contacting Sarah for the past 3 months, trying to hook her back up with Joe, and he was scaring her immensely, doing to her what he did to me with the phone calls, the harassment, and telling her how much he loved her. Tonight, however, she had enough of his crap and told him to meet her at Joe's house. We told the cops that she didn't want him near her and to contact her for her statement. I felt bad about it, but I left my statement as well, and we all ended up with a restraining order. When I was stationed in North Carolina, we went to do our early yearly tear gas chambers, which is out in the middle of the woods. We did the chamber, walked out, and I go walk to the corner of the hooch to blow a massive snot rocket because the tear gas clogs you up. I look up and I see a big pile of shiny crimson and a brown mess. Naturally, I go take a look, and all it is the innards of something large, just sitting there in a very neat pile looking quite fresh. There was no blood, no tracks, no evidence that anything had happened there, other than a huge pile of guts. The area was kind of sandy, so there definitely should have been tracks. Shit was weird. About a week or two later, we went out to the field for some good old motivated infantry training. First day out there, we had a long night patrol to do. My squad sets out, with me bleeding, and not even 15 minutes into it, I stumble into an old foxhole. By stumble, I mean dropped like a sack of rocks thanks to all the gear I had on me. I felt like there were a bunch of branches down there, and I felt a couple of bugs crawl around me. No big deal, I'm used to it at this point. When a couple of my squad mates are helping me out, the fourth one shines his flashlight, and everyone starts to flip shit and smacking the hell out of me. The foxhole was basically a brown recluse breeding ground, and I fell right into it. Yeah, not so used to that. After throwing my camis and gear off and trying to shake them all off me, the guy with the flashlight looks in the foxhole and says, "Holy shit." There must have been about 1 million spiders in there, and the bottom was filled with bones. Lots of bones. Some buddies and I went camping by a lake one night. At about 1:30 a.m, we heard some rustling in the bushes, and just figured it was a rabbit or something. We went over to check it out, and found nothing. At about 1:35 a.m, a huge pickup truck that was lifted and blaring loud music drove by on a dirt road really slowly, shining a huge police-grade spotlight on me and my friends. The truck burnt out and kept driving, so my best friend and I decided to drive up the road to see if we could spot anything unusual about the truck. We get to the main road, and there are probably 7 or 8 cop cars, lights flashing, and 2 or 3 ambulances. We stop to turn around, and I swear, like a damn horror film, a cop pecks on my window with his flashlight out of nowhere, and he asks what we're doing. We told him we were camping, and told him about the truck, and he says, "Well, you boys might want to camp somewhere else. We just had a triple homicide here, and we haven't located the suspect." Friend says, "So should we be scared?" Like a goddamn idiot, and the cop says, and I quote, "Well, I'm not scared, but there are 20 officers here and we all have guns." I said, "Yes sir," and tore off back down the campsite. Best friend called the rest of our buddies and told them to pack up gear and not ask questions, and that we had to get out. We literally threw 2 fully pitched tents in the back of one of our trucks and got the hell out of there. The cops located the killer about 30 minutes later at our campsite. When I was a teenager, I used to go camp out by myself. I had a spot that I liked, that was a few fences from my grandparents' house, out in the middle of nowhere. One of the places I cut through was a pasture full of cattle. Around cattle, especially cattle unfamiliar with me, I try to be very careful not to spook them, but otherwise cows are pretty easy going. This was about a mile from my grandparents' house, and probably about 2 from my destination. The one time I am thinking of, I slipped through the fence to find the cattle already freaked out. They were insanely agitated about something that I wasn't aware of. So, I stayed well clear of them as I went through the pasture. I had a good time camping that night and packed up next morning. As I went back to the pasture, however, there was this ridiculously bad smell. It smelled like a skunk had fought with something in a fertilizer barrel of shit, and the barrel broke apart. It was awful. I tried to look around for the cows to make sure that they were not going to be surprised when I found them. They were just gone. There were some bushes and trees though, so I thought they were just out of sight. I kept walking through the place to go home, and it smelled so bad I set down my stuff at the fence line and decided to investigate. Well, I found the cows. All of them were shot and ripped apart. Someone had carefully shot them in the head with a bolt gun and eviscerated all of them. They had also dug a shallow ravine and piled the bodies in. It was horrible. I hightailed it out of there to grab my gear, and my stuff was gone. As in, I set it right down here on this rock, and it was within eyeshot. A quick glance showed me that there was not anything ripped or fallen out. I think Usain Bolt would have not been able to catch me on my way home. I never heard anything else about those cows, and never went back to the old camp spot again. First off, you need to know that I live in a poor Eastern European country. In a big city but in a bad neighborhood. At least, that's what I've been told. I've never actually encountered any creepy individuals that would want to do any harm. Just your usual vandals and troublemakers. Never anyone serious. I am also still a teenager and live with my parents, but growing up in this environment, I consider myself to be quite street smart. At around 3 p.m, my dad left for table tennis practice, and I knew that he would be back around 8. And coincidentally, my older brother and mother left to help out one of my friends clean up their place after the New Year's Eve party. I should have probably come along, but honestly, I felt quite sick and hungover after yesterday's festivities. That was probably the luckiest I've ever been. So all of my family left except me. Naturally, I've been home alone before, so that doesn't really make me uneasy at all. So the evening goes on like any other. I'm re-watching some episode of Skins when suddenly I feel the urge to snack. Just behind my apartment complex there is a very well-known supermarket, which I can always rely on whenever I'm in the deep need of a snack. It's about a 5-minute walk, so I put on my coat and some flip-flops and I'm out. It's freezing balls outside, and I can see the bright lights of the supermarket in the distance, but something was off. In front of the automatic doors, there was a small robust figure. As I get closer, I could distinguish its face. It was the face of a man who I'd seen before. I remember him countless times roaming around our block of flats, but never actually thought anything of him. He was dressed poorly and was staying in front of the doors as if he were guarding them. I asked if the supermarket was still open, and he pointed to a paper which was clipped to the schedule. It said it closed at 6 p.m. because of the holiday season, and it was 6:20. I let out a sigh and wanted to turn around and go home, but he told me in an alarmed voice that there was a very close boutique next to the supermarket, and I told him that I didn't need anything important and that I would be back tomorrow. But he kept insisting that it was only a 2-minute walk from there, and while staring at me in a weird manner. That was the first red flag, but I found a logical explanation in my mind, thinking that maybe the man was just very eager to help me. Maybe so that I would give him some money. That sort of made sense, but I was still alert. So I walked to the boutique and took whatever I could find, and wished the shop owner a happy new year and left in a hurry. As time passed, I was getting more and more nervous for some reason. I guess my gut was just telling me that something was off. What made me really switch was the fact that I had been gone for about 5 minutes, and just as I was passing the supermarket, the guy who was usually roaming the area was nowhere to be seen. At that point, I started jogging towards my apartment, all the while trying to calm myself and imagining plausible explanations as to why the guy was not there anymore. I get to the bottom of the stairs of the front door, and in the distance, I notice a tall dark figure entering the elevator, and at the same time, almost as if it were planned, the automatic lights switched off. I desperately ran towards the interphone and clumsily got my keys out to open the door. As I ran to the elevator, it was still running. I live on the 7th floor, and I could see it go all the way up when it stopped at the 5th. I let out a big sigh of relief, but was still skeptical, so I took the stairs. As I was walking up the stairs almost laughing, I noticed that above me, the light on the 6th floor was turned on, so that was a bit strange, and I kept on walking. And then the light on the 7th floor was on. I stopped, looked above, and hoped that whoever it was would go to the 8th. A minute passed, which felt like an hour, and the light on the 7th floor was still on. So I decided to take some action, and I ran all the way up to my floor and saw something that would almost make me pass out. The tall dark figure was kneeling on my doorknob, trying to, what I presume was lockpick my door. In these kind of situations I rarely get angry. I just want whatever was going on to stop. So from afar I shout a very weak, "Hey!" and the guy in an instant turns around and stands up. I see him for a split second and he looks terrified. Long black trench coat, a hat and leather gloves. He smiles at me and reveals his yellow unkept teeth. He smiles. Do you know how stomach churning that feels when you stumble upon something like that, and the person just smiles at you? The fear was amplified tenfold. I was shitting my pants, and to my surprise, the man took off running. Before he reached the stairs, he mumbled a sorry and got away. I was still in shock. I couldn't follow him or call the police, or even move for that matter. I easily got into the house of my apartment and noticed that a pin was still stuck in there. Yep, he was definitely trying to get into my house. Who knows what he wanted to do? My parents wouldn't be back for a few more hours, and I wasn't sure if I should tell them or the cops. Thinking in retrospect, I think this tall man and the man in front of the supermarket may have conducted a plan. It would have been all too convenient for him to catch me off guard like that. Either way, it's a scary thought. One thing is for certain though, I will be keeping a bat in my room from now on. So much for New Year's resolutions. August 18th, 2016. I started a trip on the Allagash Waterway with my Boy Scout troop. We are located in Hampton, Maine, which is a fair distance south of the waterway. We started our trip in a small brook that led into Eagle Lake. It was my first time on the Allagash, and being the only rookie, I was placed with the most strong and experienced paddler, Connor. Our canoe was almost always in the middle of a group, which meant we had to keep good pace, and my arms were getting tired quickly. In the woods on the bank of Eagle Lake sat 2 steam engines, the ghost trains of Allagash. The real story behind it had nothing to do with ghosts. The Allagash was a popular waterway used for logging, and after the logging stopped, the 2 locomotives were left to rust and break down. It was a really neat experience to see those trains, even after their glory days. For nearly an hour, we climbed on those trains, a little wary of the rust and weak points where the train had been eroded away, and soon enough, we proceeded to make our way across the lake. After paddling for another long while, we decided to line up our boats and motor across the rest of the lake. Our canoes formed a giant fiberglass snake that travelled slowly but easily. I even began to doze off, only to be awoken by a sudden jolt. The boat in front had stopped, causing us to crash up against it. The scout in the stern seat turned. Watch it! He shook his paddle above his head, splashing me with the grimy lake water. We all resumed paddling, and not long after we reached our first campsite. I set up my tent that I was sharing with my friend Aaron, and, without even waiting until dinner, I fell asleep. The next morning came early. It was 5:30, and I was up packing away the tent. Aaron, after arguing with me, was now sleeping in the wet grass. I skipped breakfast and immediately went to packing my canoe for the trip ahead. The day was normal. We just paddled along until we reached the Chase Rapids, where we unloaded our gear into a trailer and then rode down the rapids in our considerably lighter canoes. We then stopped for lunch and continued down the river towards our next campsite. But that night got weird. We all sat on the banks, watching and shooting stars whizzing through the sky. The lack of light pollution allowed the night to show its true colours. Mixtures of purples and pinks and blues blanketed the sky, with millions of stars piercing through it. At near 10 o'clock, everyone retired to their bedrooms, and snoring commenced. I stepped outside my tent, debating whether I should risk waking Aaron and facing his wrath, or just joining someone else's tent. I turned, looking for a tent that would be big enough for 3, when I noticed something. There was a star that appeared to be moving, not fast like a shooting star, but slowly and growing in size. I stood in shock as the star stopped, hovering almost directly above me. I reached up, expecting my hand to go through it, like a beam of light, but the star was solid and ice cold, as if I had just rolled out of a freezer. I could now see it was more of an oval shape glowing white. A large beam of light surrounded me, and I felt a strange tingling sensation in the back of my neck. I felt myself being lifted from the muddy ground, and I could feel my body being absorbed into the oval like a water in a sponge. I found myself in a dark room, and a thick mist filled my nostrils and mouth. It stung my eyes and lungs, and my entire body went numb quite quickly, and I blacked out. I awoke in a room that was completely white. It was entirely well lit, but I couldn't identify a light source. My ears were ringing, and my eyes were straining painfully. I was laying on a slab made of cold metal, and I was staring at the ceiling. I was paralyzed and cold. The ringing in my ears got worse and worse until it was nearly unbearable. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something that haunts me to this day. Sliding slowly towards me was a hideous creature. It was completely brown with a large head. 2 large black eyes were bulging from its face. It had 2 pinhole nostrils, and beneath them, multiple folds of skin that may have been covered by some kind of mouth. The monstrosity had an arm protruding straight from its chest region. At the end of the arm was a large hand that included 4 fingers. When compared to a human hand, I would say it had 2 thumbs and 2 pointy fingers. The fingers were pointed straight out. I later found out that they bent into a knuckle on one hand. It had 4 long, thin legs that dragged behind it, and it moved towards me. As it approached me, the ringing got progressively worse. As it slowed and leaned over me, I saw that in its hand, it held a long needle-like tool. The creature put the needle in my mouth, and that's when I lost all consciousness. When I awoke, I was laying in about a foot of water in the shallows of the lake, and I couldn't remember a thing. We paddled all day as if nothing had happened, and it wasn't until that night the memory came back. One of the leaders told me a story about aliens, and then everything became clear. I don't have any intention of going back into the woods ever again. In 2008, I was in 9th grade, and Facebook was really blowing up. Me and my friends were all over Facebook, as most kids were, and one day, I got a friend request out of the blue. The account had an intentionally ugly profile photo, taken straight from the first page of a Google search. The profile was almost empty except for a few crude jokes and statuses, but it had over 500 friends, with a lot of mutual ones with me. I accepted it, because I accepted everyone back then, and forgot about it. It was about a week later that I got a single message from the account saying, "Hi." I imagine I replied something along the lines of, "Hello," and didn't get a reply again, and I forgot about it until I got another message. This time it said, "How was bowling?" My friends and I had been bowling the night before, but anyone who had me on Facebook could see that. After that message, all of my friends got a friend request from this account and most of them accepted. I got more messages that were all creepy but explainable. They'd be like, "I like your shirt," straight after I posted a picture of myself. None of this bothered me, and I just laughed it off because it was all information I had chosen to share on the internet. That was until I started to get messages like, "When's your mum back? What did you get from the shop?" After I'd been out, I assumed it was one of my neighbours watching me, until my friends told me that they were all getting similar messages, and that they were getting worse. They started to get worse for me as well. They included photos of my parents' car parked outside restaurants and shops, and one close-up of the house number at my door. My friends got stuff like photos taken of family members' profiles, and Google Earth screenshots of their houses, but nothing as bad as what I was getting. The creepiest thing I got was a photo of me outside of my school. It was clearly taken from the driver's seat of a car because you could see the passenger door. Neither me or my friends ever told my parents about this. I guess we thought we were old enough to handle it ourselves. Around this time, I got a BlackBerry for my birthday, and at the same day, I got a text from a 5-digit number saying stuff like, "Guess who?" and "New phone?" They were using one of the old websites to text for free. They continued for about 3 weeks, and then I told my mum I was getting prank calls and she got me a new SIM, and they stopped for a while. This is when it started getting a lot weirder. So I started hanging around with this kid who I knew from school, and he'd been to my house a few times with other people, but we'd never just hang out the two of us. We would get the train into the city and just explore and usually end up in the park that's part of a shopping complex. We met with this group of people our age a few times, and they were in that park regularly. I really hit it off with a girl named Beth, who was part of that group, and we'd talk for hours. I asked her to add me on Facebook, and we searched my name on her phone, and when she found me, her face dropped. We only had one mutual friend. Guess who? She told me she'd been getting really weird messages about her and her friends for a few weeks around the time we met. For a few minutes, she was convinced it was me, and started getting mad until me and my friend showed her the messages we were getting. We kind of bonded over it, and she texted me and called me whenever she got a message, and eventually we got pretty close and sort of went on a date. We went to Nando's and walked in a park on the outskirts of the city. Really nice in the summer. Then we went to my house and hung out for the rest of the evening. We lost track of time and it was around 11 PM, and my mum didn't want her walking to the train station at this time, and wasn't sure she'd even make the last train. So she offered to drive her home. We all got into the car and got to the toll tunnel that took us into the city. My mum said she was sure the car behind us had been following us for the past 2 miles, and this kind of freaked me out, but I didn't say anything. We lost the car in the tunnel, got to the city, and made sure Beth got home safely, and drove back through the tunnel. We stopped at a McDonald's a stone throws away from the tunnel, so that my mum could get a coffee, and I think I got a McFlurry. And we were pulling out of the car park and I saw the car behind us, and I was 100% sure it was the same one from earlier. My mum didn't notice, but it definitely followed us from McDonald's all the way to our neighbourhood, then turned up a different street right before we turned onto ours, but I didn't say anything. It had been a long day, and I went to sleep straight away. The next day, I woke up to about 15 messages saying some really messed up stuff. They were quite malevolent, but they weren't threats. Hope you had a good time, dickhead. You shouldn't be doing what you were doing. Did you screw her? These were the kind of messages that were sent. Bear in mind I'm around 14 at the time. I didn't reply to any, and I didn't tell Beth because I really liked her, and I didn't want to scare her away by it. She didn't say if she'd gotten any of the messages, but she did say about a week after that they had gotten a bit weirder, like detailing her dad's job. Eventually this person got my new phone number and started texting me daily. They'd detail where I was, who I was with, and what I was doing. I made sure there was absolutely no way this information was being shared on social media. My phone's GPS was always off, and I rarely uploaded photos of what I was doing. If I did, then I'd wait a few hours before I uploaded it. By this time, most of my friends had stopped getting the messages, but it was just me, Beth, and my friend Kyle. Me and Beth dated for a few months, and then we made it Facebook official. I got a lot more texts. Most of them were blank, but they were all sent from that 5-digit service number. I started getting letters addressed to me that would be a blank piece of paper or just scribbles. I don't know how I managed to keep it from my mum not noticing. Beth and I broke up, but remained really good friends, and it had been just under a year since the first message, and then everything, the texts, the calls, the letters, they all abruptly stopped. Beth and Kyle and I didn't get anything either. The Facebook account was deactivated about a month later, and to this day I couldn't figure out who it might have been. I've eliminated all of my close friends. I feel pretty stupid for not telling anyone about it. Beth's family moved to a different city when we were around 17, just by chance. I saw her on New Year's Eve this year, and she told me that last year she and her former roommate had some guy stalking them, calling them in the middle of the night, banging on their door. She said they called the police, and the guy was arrested the second time he came to their house, but she didn't know anything about him. She just said the things he would say on the phone reminded her a lot of what our stalker would say to her. Could it have been the very same guy? I work as a park operator in British Columbia. I work the night shift as their security and collections guy. One night, it was fairly overcast and super dark. I was parked at the bottom of the road leading down to the campground. I had the windows rolled down and was playing around on my phone as my shift was almost over. Suddenly, out of my passenger side window, I heard the sound of crunching footsteps moving around. There wasn't anything around that alarmed me, as we generally have bears in the area and other wildlife. I just kinda listened, as whatever it was walking around quite lightly, on edge about it. Then the sound started to pick up pace, like it was running directly at the truck. It's pitch black, and I've got my hands up ready for something to jump through the side window of my truck out of the darkness. But just before I was sure it was going to make contact with the side of the truck, it just goes dead silent. So I said no thanks, and started up the truck and zoomed up to the cabin to get away from whatever was going on there. So I'm already on edge to the max. I'm just thinking, lock the gate and go home. Yep, just lock the gate and go home. Well, prior to me leaving in my personal vehicle, I have to put the parked truck keys away in the shop, inside this fenced-off compound, which is just so conveniently unlit. So I whip out my cell phone, turn on the crappy LED, and started my way over to the shed. I'm trying not to freak myself out, but any little tick and leaf crunch just has me jittering at this point. I walk through the compound gate, and as I'm walking by the sort of motorpool area, I hear this horror loud screech, like an alarm triggering on. At this point, my body went into fight or flight, fists in the air, half about to crap myself. The sound persisted, and I recognized that it was the sound of golf carts when they are in reverse. But generally you'd know if you left that on, because you'd hear the sound on when you parked it. So now my mind is thinking, okay, what the hell turned that on? So I sneak over there, slowly, towards the horror sound, scanning with my phone light scared out of my gourd. I run up really quickly and pull the reverse lever off, while half expecting it to be some sort of axe murderer trap from a movie. But nothing. I literally tossed the parked truck key at the shed and ran for my truck. Started it up, turned on every single road light and backup light that I had, and locked the gate faster than I've ever done before. I even pathetically checked my back seat to make sure that my safe place didn't have anyone hiding in it. Trying to reflect on it does make me uneasy. Working in parks is great, but geez, the night shift can be really creepy. I had just left the West Coast to go to a college in Missouri. In my second year, I started dating a guy who was in the police academy. When he graduated, he ended up being a guard for the South Center Correctional Prison. He was older than me by almost 10 years, and early on I saw a red flag which I sadly ignored. Red flags like how he got a 16-year-old pregnant the previous year and had a son that he never wanted me to meet. And another flag would be when he would start bar fights if I talked to any other guy. Before I went home for Thanksgiving, he bought me a golden lab puppy, who I named Roxy. He kept the dog whilst I flew home, and my parents and I decided I was going to move back to California and finish college because the small Midwest was not my scene. Too many of my sorority sisters didn't care about getting an education. Rather, they would start dating a guy and lie to them about being on the pill in hopes of the trap into marriage when they got pregnant. When I told my boyfriend I would be returning home at the end of the year, he went ballistic. I mean really crazed. He would call me non-stop, yelling and then crying and then threatening. And he threatened that if I didn't come home, he'd kill the puppy. When I returned, I asked where the dog was, and he said that she got sick and died. Later we went into his parents' house for something, and his mum pulled me into a private room and told me how he ran over the puppy with his truck on purpose after our phone call on Thanksgiving. A few weeks later, after final exams, my mum flew down to help me pack my car and to be shipped home. On the last night, my boyfriend came by my hotel for our goodbyes. He had tried everything from proposing with an ugly, cheap-looking Marique diamond ring, with my response being, "Did you get it from Walmart?" Where he said, "What does it matter if I did? It wasn't for you anyway," as he threw it in the back seat. I was firm in saying we could try long distance, but I was moving home and was done with Missouri. He then locked the doors of the truck, grabbed my purse, and put it on the driver's side seat and proceeded to drive off with me in the car. His home was a 2-hour drive from the hotel in a small trailer park town near Roller. I pleaded and begged, my phone was blowing up, which was probably my mum, and I said she would call the cops. "And tell them what?" he said. "She doesn't have my plates or know where I live. Plus, I am a cop." When we get to his trailer, he locked up my purse in his gun room. It was a very rough night that I've blocked from memory, so I won't share any of the details, except I remember being naked and tied up. In the morning, untied, he made me breakfast and said that he had to go to work. I asked him when I could talk to my mum. I even tried playing the game, where I needed to call my mum and tell her the good news that I would be staying here with him. He smiled his creepy lip smile, and he said he would discuss it later and that I wasn't going anywhere. When he left, I quickly got dressed and tried the door. It was locked from the outside. He had put a padlock on both doors on the trailer. There was no one around for miles, except for his aunt, who also had a trailer on the property. So I broke the kitchen window and climbed out. I ran to her trailer and pounded on the door. I didn't know her other than the occasional wave, and said, "I'm Kevin's girlfriend. I need to use your phone, it's an emergency." I pushed myself into her door, because she was going to let me in whether she wanted to or not. I called my dad at home, because I couldn't remember my mum's cell number, and told him I was okay. Instead of concerns from my parents, I got yelled at that I would miss my plane, and made my mother upset that I disappeared to go off with my boyfriend. My parents didn't quite understand what I had just gone through. I tried explaining again, but I was too scared Kevin might come back early. So I asked his aunt to call his mother. She hesitated and then called her, saying, "There's a strange girl here who says she needs to speak with you." I explained the situation and that my purse was locked inside. She said to hang tight and to keep the drapes shut. The aunt was an old lady and not much of a talker except for the occasional remark about Kevin being an angel. When his mother finally arrived, she had my purse. I didn't ask how. My phone, of course, was dead, but luckily I was alive with an escape plan. His mum drove me the 2 hours back to the hotel, and she didn't say much, and when she did it was about her son being special, and he was a sweet boy with good intentions, and something about when he had an eye on something pretty, he usually had to have it. I knew I needed to get out of the state ASAP. I finally got home, and my parents didn't quite understand the fact that I got kidnapped. They aren't typical loving parents, I know others have, but they understood quickly how Kevin was a problem. Luckily he didn't know where I lived, but he got hold of the house phone number and called non-stop. Both my cell and phone number were off the hook, and my voicemail box full. My dad and I went to the police station and filed for a restraining order shortly after. I started dating someone new, and posted on Facebook that we would be going to Disneyland. But last minute we changed plans and headed to go skiing at our friend's cabin. That same week, my father got a call from his private Disney club that a man had been asking for me every day waiting outside the entrance. It was Kevin. My father told him it was my stalker, and thanks to the power of Disney, security escorted him off the grounds and he was put in the Disney blacklist forever. Finally, during a New Year's Eve party, I heard about him from a friend who lived in the same town where Kevin had gotten a 15-year-old girl pregnant right after I had left for California, and he ended up marrying her. It scares me to think about what could have been and how lucky I was to escape. Kevin, let's never meet again. I was camping with family over a 3-day weekend. A few of us didn't have to get back to work, so we decided to camp an extra night. We had been a full campground, and it was now just down to us. It was my brother, his young son, me and my young daughter. At about 3 a.m, my daughter woke up and said that she needed to go to the bathroom. She had to drop a deuce, so there was no getting her to squat outside the tent. The outhouse was about 100 yards away through the pitch-dark campground, and the fire had gone out, and there was not really any moonlight. I got her up, grabbed a flashlight, and we headed to the outhouse. She did her business, and I stood outside the outhouse. I'd be lying if I said I weren't a little scared out in the woods in the dark miles from anywhere, with my 7-year-old daughter inside a dark outhouse by herself. Luckily she was quick, and we stumbled back towards the camp in the dark, with just the flashlight to lead us. The walk back was uneventful. We chatted little, and I tried to reassure her that we were safe, out here in the dark, as she had gotten a little scared, as she realized how alone we were in the empty campground. As we got to about 50 feet from camp, my daughter suddenly grabs my hand and whispers, "Daddy, who is that?" "Who's what, honey? I don't see anything." "That man right there. Who is that?" I shined the light where she was looking, and I couldn't see anyone. I grabbed her hand tighter and picked up the pace to get us back to the tent, which was the only safety there was out there. And I knew that in this dark like this, we were really in trouble if there were some sketchier people out there messing with us. We got back, and I got us into the tent, and we got into our sleeping bags, and I laid there and listened for any sound outside the tent. Of course, there were millions of sounds I hadn't noticed before, and each one made me more and more terrified of whoever was out there. As she started to go to sleep, she asked if we were all right, and I said yes, even though I was completely freaking out. I asked her what the man had looked like, and she said he looked like a Native American. I laid there for what seemed like hours, until I couldn't take it anymore. I woke up my brother and told him what had happened. He is a lot more comfortable in the woods than I am, so he got up and got the fire going again. We sat by the fire until daylight, and nothing ever happened. The next day I asked my daughter about the man she saw, and she didn't remember it. To this day, she doesn't remember the event at all, and the area we were camping in is well known for being a historical place where Native Americans had lived and flourished until they were either forced into reservations or killed. Neither my brother or me found any sign of anyone being out there. If they had been walking around the woods, we would have heard them for sure. My only explanation is that she was so tired she fell back asleep and had a little micro-sleep or something and dreamt it. But to this day, it still creeps me the hell out. A few years ago, we went on a church trip to one of our favourite concerts that runs on New Year's Eve to celebrate the new year. Not only is it concerts, it has all kinds of other events and things to do besides music. We decided to go super last minute, so a lot of the hotels in the area were of course fully booked, and we ended up staying in a rinky-dink little roadside motel, about 30 minutes away from all of the events, which was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. The entire place was sketchy and made me feel uncomfortable, but I felt like we could deal with it. So we were separated, with boys in one room, girls in another, and then chaperones in a different room. We girls get into our room, and the first thing we notice is a back door. What kind of hotel room has a back door? The chaperones staying next to us insist that the door is sealed shut, but still let us know that if anyone were to knock on it, not to hesitate, to bang on the walls to let them know that something was wrong. No sooner than 5 minutes later, one of the guys comes into our room and, jealous of our back door, throws it open, proving that it was not sealed shut as we were told. We locked it and went about our business. Later that night, we get back to our hotel and our chaperones tell us to lock the doors because there were men sitting outside drinking, very obviously drunk, that were catcalling us on our way back to our room. I didn't think much of it and slammed and locked the door, which the young girls in our room decided it would be completely okay to always answer without looking first, because, well, why would they be knocking on our door if they didn't know us? Not okay, and I had to explain to them that you should always look to see who it was before opening the door. It's just common sense. So later that night, I was woken up by an odd sound, almost like a tapping. I sat up and glanced around the room before I realized that someone was knocking on our door. I very quietly got out of bed, careful to move as silently as possible, and went to the door to check the people, thinking that perhaps the chaperones were doing some weird late-night checkup. No sooner than I glanced out, a hand slowly covered my peephole to hide two of the men that had been drinking outside earlier, and my heart started racing. I slowly got back to bed, trying to stay as quiet and as calm as possible as the knocking continued, only to see a shadow move out of the corner of my eye and realize that there was someone standing outside the back door as well, barely visible through the blurry tinted window. One of the girls I was with woke up too. Confused, she looked at me, and I used my phone to explain the situation silently, and we both waited terrified as we watched the shadows through the window and hoped that they would go away. At some point we both managed to fall asleep again, but when I left the room in the morning, there was a paper on the ground in very shaky handwriting. Seeing your pretty eye was enough. I can still remember that note perfectly, even after I shredded it and flushed it down the toilet to avoid anyone finding it. I was young and stupid. Looking back now, I know 100% I should have gone straight to a chaperone and told them what happened. It could have been a very dangerous situation, and I'm extremely grateful that I had woken up, rather than one of the other young girls that would have maybe opened the door without checking. And also grateful that I like to triple check the doors to be sure they were locked. However, at the same time, it also didn't seem like a big deal to me. Nothing came out of it besides extreme paranoia for a while. But all in all, the only long-term effect was a permanent fear of roadside motels. I did my fair share of camping as a youth growing up in far north Queensland. We do it as teenagers to go pig hunting on big old farms on the tablelands. The farmers would pay us good cash to shoot some kangaroos and wild pigs, which can get into their crops in there. Anyway, me and 3 friends were doing a bit of pig hunting on a school holiday. We'd been out there for 3 days already, and had 2 more to go. Bagged a fair share of roos with the farmer, who would pay us good money for them. So we were all having fun, enjoying the freedom of being young youths. To give you perspective, this particular farm was huge. Off-road driving could easily take more than 3 hours to get from one side to the other. It was really remote, and often you didn't feel that you were just on a farm, but someone's private land. The farmer told us that we were the only folks camping there during that time, so to be wary of any strangers we came across that shouldn't be there. On our second to last night, we set up camp near a lot of trees, reasonably close to the river. Nice little flat sandy area, perfect for campsite. We built a fire and settled in for the evening. We had a car radio, busting out some random tunes from a radio station that we picked up. We were talking shit around the fire and doing a little bit of drinking. That night's getting close to midnight. We turned off the radio and started to settle down, just talking shit about going back to school. And that's when we heard some voices. We're talking beautiful female voices, kind of singing off into the distance, kind of drifting on the wind. At first I thought I was imagining it, but my friends all went silent, and we listened to these voices that sounded like they were singing. There was a long pause of us looking at each other like, what the hell are we hearing? The voices were coming far off in the forest near our campsite, but close enough for us to kind of hear laughter and generally very nice singing. One of my mates is Aboriginal, and I shit you not, he went as white as a ghost. He's dark-skinned, and he seriously looked white in the dark. I asked him what was up, and he told us whatever we do not go to check out those voices. Aboriginal folk have a lot of stories of these very long, slender type people that live in the bushland, and they'll sing and talk to hikers and campers to lure them off the main tracks. People used to go missing way back in the Aboriginal history, so the elders would always warn the community not to listen to the voices. Often they would call you when you were out hiking to come see what they'd found or for help. Some of the stories suggested that they would eat you. It was the first time he believed his elders' stories, as the first time he'd heard them, but he swore it's what his elders warned them about. Very, very nice voices sounding quite inviting. He seriously believed this. Me and my other mates were a bit disbelieving. We thought some young girls must have been out there having some fun camping with a bit of drink and were considering going out. As we were discussing it, the voices seemed to get closer, and my Aboriginal friend told us not to speak to them and stay by the fire. He literally threw more wood on the fire just to make it brighter. We started getting pretty tense. The voices were around our campsite for about 30 to 40 minutes, easily within 50 meters of us. Now very clear, beautiful sounding voices, and sometimes, I swear to God, I heard them say, "Come join us," but they went away. Next day we looked around the area and we couldn't find any tracks at all. No fire pit, no signs that anyone had been around the area at all. Nothing. We were pretty experienced at tracking animals, and people make big ass tracks. I'll never forget it. We spoke to the farmer about the voices, and he told us that they come and go as they pleased. He sometimes heard them when he's in his house, and he also believes the Aboriginal legends. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed this installment of Scary Stories in the Snow, with surely more to come, very soon indeed. If you have a topic that you would like to see in an upcoming video, be sure to drop it in the comments section, so that I'll see if we can put it into a future video. Be sure to smash that like button as well and subscribe to not miss any of my latest content. If you'd like me to read your story in my channel, send it to my email or share it to my Reddit, which can of course be found in the description. Just please make sure to include as much punctuation and descriptive language as possible to maximize the chances of it being read in future. But anyway, for now guys, I'm gonna sign off. Stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.
Mortis Media.
Good evening all, and welcome. I hope you're comfortable in the forest. I've heard that there are all manner of cryptids roaming around. Black-eyed children, skinwalkers, and more, hiding away in the deep woods. So get comfortable, and let the darkness take control. I had a shitty summer. The kind of summer that makes you question what you're doing with your life. Why you love the things you love, and how crummy the world can really be. And it's something I still feel uncomfortable about. I began working at a summer camp several years ago. I had history as a camper at this camp, and I loved the place. By the time I was 19, I had done what I had never imagined I'd do, and become the camp's one and only medic. As medic, I no longer hang out with counselors and other young staff as much. If I had free time, I spent it helping out in the kitchen. This year there was a big staff turnover. Our long-time cook moved on from camp, and no one was hired over the year as a replacement. So, come summertime, we were scrambling to find someone to cover the position. I met two of the interviewees, one a middle-aged woman who, in my humble opinion, seemed like the perfect, get-it-done kind of person who you need as a cook, and the other, a tall bald man, mid-40s, with piercings galore, and a loud, "Look at me" personality, looking at you, Mr. Meeseeks. The woman I fancied was not chosen. I think my boss was upset by her surprise when she saw how small our kitchen was. 2 ovens to feed 150 people. And the camp was introduced to our new cook, Chef Vincent. Everyone loved Chef Vincent, except for me. The instant I met him, I got chills down my spine. You know when you hear a strange sound in the dark, and your body is screaming at you to run or hide? That's how I felt every second I was in the meal hall or in the kitchen. Soon, the places that had been like a second home to me were feeling less comfortable, and more, get me the hell out of here creepy. Chef Vincent was abrasive. My first time speaking with him, he said something like, "That's your medic?" in response to my color-dyed hair. He tried to be fancy, but his meals were dull and soggy. And after watching him prepare one, I stopped eating them altogether. I don't think the man had gone to school in his life, let alone taken a food safety course. I survived off an occasional bite of food on the table, and ate packaged crackers, bread, and things that he didn't handle directly, and a storage of cheap meal replacements and drinks in my room. It sucked. I am an extremely protective person, especially of my younger co-workers, who were basically family. Chef Vincent's kitchen staff was 16 or 17 years old, and I was afraid for them. I'd watch from outside the kitchen and talk to them, discreetly making sure that everything was okay. Honestly, at this point I was worried about being unfair, since everyone else loved him. Maybe I was the creep. But I couldn't get over the comments that he made and the way he spoke to me. He would touch my shoulder and stand all tall and leaning over me when he spoke to me, and told me about how his kids and how they have to stay with their grandma now, and about how many years he had of experience, which I always suspected were due to being a prison cook or something like that. He was extremely arrogant. "It's not my fault I'm better than the old cook. I just am," he would say, and I wanted to punch him. But eventually, I just stopped going to the kitchen and even stayed away from the mess hall unless others were in there with me. If he tried to talk to me, which he did, often at nights on the deck, I ignored him and left the room. But I still thought I was being a bitch, to be honest. Then, Chef Vincent told one of the kitchen staff to really molest that, in reference to stirring a pot or whatever. One member of the kitchen staff came crying to me about how much he was pushing them in the kitchen. Soon, all three of the kitchen staff were describing ingredients of complete disrespect. His refusal to learn their names, use of inappropriate words, and calling them his little girls, and calling the boy all sorts of names. This pushed me until I told the boss how uncomfortable it made me. I didn't bring the kitchen staff into it, since I advised them to tell their boss on their own. Then one day, a fellow member of staff came up to me and said that Chef Vincent said I won't stop following him, and that I should be dating him. Confused and angry, I followed up with another staff member who said that Chef Vincent was talking about the camp dog. Still concerned, I continued with my day when Chef Vincent called me out and told me the story, laughing with a hand on my shoulder the whole time. He also made vile sexual innuendos constantly. "Oh yeah, I like things hot," and complimented me, more than inappropriately. I got chills every time. This had been going on for a week. In the second week, I'm asleep in the medic's cabin. It's got a bedroom separated from the rest of the office by an unlockable door, and I'm the only one who stays there. My nights are long, lots of sick campers and whatnot, and on this particular night, it's 4 AM, and I've finally gotten to bed after being up for an hour with a sick kid. I'm exhausted, and I'm asleep the second my head hits the pillow. 2 hours later, I'm awakened by a loud thumping at the door. Usually staff use the walkie-talkies to contact me, even at night, so I'm pretty concerned, and I crawl out of bed and head to the door. It's Chef Vincent. I hesitate, not wanting to open the door for him, so he hammers on it again. He looks angry. I'm angry. It's 6 AM. What does he want? Finally, I open the door just to crack and look out. He's loud. "I have to do laundry." My office houses the washer and dryer for the camp, because I do laundry when kids wet the bed, so every morning laundry is reserved and staff need to ask me to use it. This particular week, we'd had water problems, and the laundry couldn't be done, so I had a lineup of camper things that needed to be washed. And he was here at 6 AM demanding he use the wash. When I pointed out the water issues and how camper stuff comes first, he got aggressive and yanked the door open. He's big and intimidating, and I stepped back to avoid him looking, and then he said, "I am the important one here." I went cold. It was 6 AM. I had just been told by this creature from the depths that I, who worked at the camp for 5 years, was unimportant compared to him. It's hard to convey body language secondhand, but he was aggressive, to the degree that I flew past my usual responsive to this kind of situation, anger, and went straight to fearing for my safety. I can be an anxious person, but I don't get genuinely frightened by a lot of things. So what scared me more was how scared I was. My hair was on end, adrenaline pumping, scared. His gaze was absolutely predatory. There was nothing about his presence that made me think he saw me other than something to be toyed with. At this point, my mouth was opening, and I knew I'd say something I regret saying, especially locked in the building alone with the one man who creeped the shit out of me from the second I met him. So I forced one word out. Okay, and backed away to my room. He watched me the whole time. I got to my room, and the tears pushed from my eyes. But I'm too tired for them to actually come. I am tired of this frustration, of this anger, of this fear. I warned my boss about him. Boss was always saying to listen to your gut. And I was. But did they do anything about it? No. I pushed a chair against the doorknob, not knowing if it actually works to lock doors like it does in the movies, and curled up in my bed. I told my boss the following morning, and they called it inappropriate and said that it wouldn't happen again. But that was all I heard. For the next week, I lived in constant anxiety, which meant puking a lot and hiding in my room. When he talked to me, he had a smile that would make even the most daft of people pause for concern. While before this, I had attempted to be polite. I always just left from then on. That week, all our staff were upstairs, save for a few staff monitoring the kids in their cabins. I was called over by a fellow upper-level staff member, who informed me that Chef Vincent was fired. His police check, which they didn't decide to do until after he was hired, came back. He didn't pass his vulnerable sector check, aka he was not allowed to work with or volunteer with kids in any capacity due to prior crimes, and I'll let you mull that over. Camp was effectively on lockdown whilst he was to vacate the premises. I lost it. The tears came and wouldn't stop, and I couldn't breathe. My whole body went fuzzy, and I was led out of the building by another upper-level staff member, where I managed to garble out some stuff, along with the lines of, "He'd made me so anxious, and no one else saw it. I'm just so relieved." The panic attack lasted for a solid 30 minutes. When I saw him exit the building with his belonging, I hid in my office. And when I came out, he was gone. They kept it all under wraps. They didn't tell the kids that the cook had gone. They didn't tell the parents just in case something had happened. My boss didn't even tell the board of directors. It was a huge liability, and it still is. And whilst I'm glad that my anxieties about the man were completely justified, I am filled with anger over the fact that he was hired without a criminal record check, and the fact that my feelings were repeatedly dismissed. Camp went from being the only place in the world where I felt completely safe and comfortable, to a strange place where I felt I was living a never-ending nightmare. I felt inadequate and constantly upset. It's funny how having your fears ignored can make you feel as if there's something wrong with you. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore and quit on account of my mental health, so I could see a professional more often. I still have fears about the man finding me, which I feel is irrational because he never actually abused me or anything, just made me feel like shit with myself, and made me feel anxious, and was incredibly aggressive and over-sexual. My parents joke about it being a Cape Fear kind of situation, and laughing about it makes it feel better, but only for a little bit. I don't think they realised just how terrified I was, and still am. So creepy chef, with a criminal record and predatory eyes, who decided to spend his summer working at a kids camp, let's not meet again. Let me preface this by saying, I am by no means a writer, just a domestic engineer living in North Texas. Also, I don't believe in paranormal ghosts, demons or aliens or whatever. However, I did have an event happen to me this Halloween. I have to admit, it's had me scratching my head ever since. So it had been a slow trick-or-treat night in our neighbourhood that evening, which is pretty odd in itself. We usually have kids from different areas drop off in ours and constantly parade at our door. That night, I'd say we had no more than 8 to 10 groups of kids. It was around 9:30, and my husband and I were sitting in our family room watching some of the ghost shows based on, supposedly, actual events. Like I said, I don't believe in that kind of stuff, but I do like a good ghost story now and then, and it is Halloween after all. We hadn't had any activity at the door in over half an hour. It was getting late, so we decided to turn the porch light on and let our dog Chloe out of her crate. Chloe is an American bulldog and is very docile. We only put her in the crate because we were afraid she'd try and get out and play with all the other kids, and I didn't want to have to chase after her down the street. I also didn't want her scaring or intimidating the kids, because she can be a little scary. So I turned the outside light off, let Chloe out, and she followed me back to the couch and lay down on my feet. It was getting close to 10 PM when my husband decided he'd had enough fun for the night, and was going to go upstairs, take a shower, and get ready for bed. After all, it was Thursday, and he still had to get up early for the next day. Our teenage son was out with his friends at the local haunted house, and wasn't expected back for at least another hour or so. So that left me alone on the couch with Chloe. Now, just because I don't believe, doesn't mean that those shows don't freak me out a bit. And being alone now, I have to say I was kind of on edge watching the TV. It wasn't long until I heard the upstairs shower turn on, when the light came on in the patio. Knock, knock, knock at the front door. My initial reaction was, what the hell? Really? It's almost 10. Go home. But soon an uneasy feeling came over me. Why the knock? Our doorbell glows in the dark, and without the porch light, it would have been extra obvious to everyone there. I paused. I couldn't really just ignore it. Our front door had a big glass panel, and everyone right by the door could easily see inside and know that I was just sitting there watching TV. It would have been rude for me not to answer. Just before I get up, knock, 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 again from the door. I glanced down at Chloe, but she was gone. My gaze followed her usual path to the front door, expecting her to be on her way there as she normally does. Nothing. She wasn't there. I stood up to look around the room and found her crouching by the back door, like she was wanting out. However, she needed to ask to go out like that. She always comes to lick my hand or puts her head on my knee. This was very out of character for her, and I have to say it heightened my anxiety. Chloe, crate, I said. She just turned back to look at me like, hell no, lady, I ain't moving. I yelled up to my husband, but if he was already in the shower, I knew there was no chance of him hearing me. Knock, knock, knock. About the time a car drove by our street and cast enough light on the door for me to see the silhouettes of 2 small children through the glass. I instantly felt relief. It was just some kids, probably a couple off my neighbourhood on their way back home and wanted to stop by and show me their costumes or something. I headed for the door and looked back to make sure Chloe wasn't following. What a great watchdog, I thought I had to myself. She just sat there. I turned on the porch light when I got to the door, and sure enough I could see through the glass. It was a couple of pretty small kids. A little late for such young ones, I thought, and began to wonder about what kind of parents would let their kids run around the streets this late at night. I opened the door enough to see where I could block Chloe's escape if she decided to grow some balls, which was only about 2 feet. What struck me immediately as odd was that the kids weren't wearing any costumes. They were wearing normal street clothes. Also, no customary trick or treat either. I began to feel very uneasy. It was a girl and a boy. The girl to my left was older, I'd say around 11 or 12. I could tell she was blonde, but I couldn't make out any distinct features, as our lights are from high above and on the columns at the front of the porch, so most of the light was coming from behind them. I had not opened the door wide enough for any of the light to come inside and hit them. The boy was younger, about a foot shorter, and between 8 or 9 I'd say, and looked to have light brown hair. The girl very politely spoke up. "Ma'am, can we please come inside and use your phone to call our mother?" As she spoke, something in the pit of my stomach was telling me that something was wrong. What kid, even at that age, doesn't have a cell phone of their own these days? I couldn't remember the last time I'd had anyone ask me to use my home phone. Hun? Don't you have a phone of your own that you can call your mum on?" I asked this, and that is when things got really weird. Both kids turned to look at one another, as if they were going to say something, but neither ever spoke. They both turned back to me and the girl said, "Ma'am, my cell phone battery doesn't have any charge left in it. Can we please come inside and call our mother? We're alone out here, and my brother is scared." I have to admit, there were 2 competing feelings going on inside me. The first, that of a mother's heart and wanting to help these 2 small children get to their mother. The other, a sinking fear in my gut that was keeping the other feeling at bay. It was then I noticed that during the short conversation I'd already opened the door a few extra inches, which I was completely unaware of doing. I stopped. "Honey, why don't you give me your mother's number and I can call her myself?" Another pause, and they looked at each other again. After a short moment they turned back to me and the girl said, "Ma'am, my little brother has to use your bathroom. Can we please come inside whilst you call our mother?" And with that last statement, the little girl moved closer to the door, almost as if she was going to walk in. As she did, she stepped into the light coming from inside the house, and I got my first real good look at her. Solid, jet black eyes. That's all I could see. That motherly instinct was gone and replaced by terror I don't think I've ever felt before in my life. I could feel every hair on my arm and back of my neck standing at attention. I closed the door to where my face was just able to stick out. The little girl stopped again and pleaded, "Please, ma'am, we're really scared and alone out here. We have to come inside. Please, help us." Then, like on cue, both kids began to whimper and cry. That's when the fear took over, and I shut and locked the door. "I'll call your mum if you give me the number," I shouted through the door, "but I'm not letting you in my house." I could still see them standing there on the porch, just staring at me through the Bellevue glass pane. Part of me wanted to run upstairs to my husband, but the bigger part didn't want to lose track of where they were. That would have freaked me out even more, to know that they were not there. After what seemed like forever, but probably a few seconds, I decided to call my neighbour that lived across the street, as I made my way to the side table by our couch to get my phone. I glanced back to the door. Chloe was nowhere to be found. We later found her in the guest room under the bed. When I got my phone and started to look for his contact info, it was when the kids had stepped away from the door and had begun walking into the street. As they did, I walked to the door to get a better look of who they were and where they went, still not calling my neighbour. If you get close enough to the glass, You can see out enough detail to make out people's shapes, but you couldn't see much detail. Of course, standing that close to the door would make you pretty obvious to anyone looking in. From the door, I could see that the kids were standing under the street lamp nearest my house staring at me. As I lifted the phone to my ear after calling them, only then did the kids start walking down our street. I met my neighbour out under the lamp once he was out there, but the kids were nowhere to be seen. Like I said, I don't believe in any of this stuff, and had never even heard about black-eyed kids before talking to my friend. What I really think, what I have to think, is that these kids were just yanking people's chains on Halloween night. But I will say this for them, they were really, really good at it, and they scared the shit out of me and my dog, black-eyed kid or not. A couple of years ago, my girlfriend and I were camping in the Pacific Northwest between San Francisco and Portland. We had rented a car and were stopping at different campsites every night on our way from the former to the latter. The first night we arrive at a campsite, we find that it had been closed for the season, despite the fact that we looked on their website and they say that they were open. So we ended up driving around, looking for another campsite on Google Maps. But at this point, it's getting dark. We see a forest firefighter outpost and pull in to ask them if they know of any nearby. They tell us that most of them are closed for the season, but there are a couple on their old map that we haven't checked. We get back on the road and find our way to one of these campsites. The sign for this place is literally resting on the ground and is a little overgrown. But at this point it's dark as hell, and we really don't have many other options. As we pull our car into what we think is a spot, we see a few other tents nearby, so we take it as a good sign. We get out and start to set up our things, when immediately, things begin to get strange. Two guys walk directly through our spot and strike up a conversation with us. Both are looking a little rough. One of them has a zip-up hoodie without a shirt underneath, and I notice that he is extremely skinny. They're also both really dirty and have messed up hair, but hey, we're camping. They're both speaking very fast and seem kind of nervous. They tell us that they're actually seasonal workers nearby and are staying at this campsite to save money whilst they're there. Whilst we're talking to these two guys, a decade-old white Mercedes pulls into the campsite with all four windows blasting rap music. The driver and passenger look like some real ICP enthusiasts. They look around quickly and leave immediately. At the time, I thought they were probably looking for a campsite too. The two rough dudes also leave, and we continue setting up camp. Not too long after, we get another visitor. This time it's an older woman, with a 3-pack-a-day voice. She's nice enough, but also asking us some pretty weird questions. "You guys here for the horror show?" she asks. I'm thinking, what's a horror show? "Do you mean the haunted house, lady?" She tells us that lots of people come out for the horror show and starts warning us about all the ghouls and zombies. She eventually leaves, and my girlfriend and I agree they must be talking about some kind of haunted house nearby, as it was early October. And you know, maybe that's where the seasonal worker dudes who looked kind of scary happened to be working at. It all checked out in my mind. We start our fire, and I begin breaking out the wood, when my girlfriend admits that she's freaked out. She's worried about the people that we've encountered and how strange this campsite is. She points out that there aren't really any sounds coming from anyone else's tents, with the exception of the one woman, who wouldn't stop coughing. No music, no children, laughter, nothing. I'm starting to believe her. But at this point it's pretty late, and we don't really have any other options. I'm also thinking that if the campsite is weird, it's just some harmless weirdos. She seems pacified by my confidence, and we continue making dinner. It's at this point a bunch of really weird shit starts happening. The two dudes we met right when we got there emerge from the woods without any source of light and without saying a word, walking straight into their tent. They have a very short and heated discussion which I can't make out. One of them storms out of the tent and walks straight towards the older woman's campsite, making eye contact with me for an uncomfortably long amount of time. He then climbs into the cab of her pickup truck, and I realise there's already someone in there, and likely has been for some time. Probably the woman. You can tell that they start smoking something from when the lighter flickers. This strikes me as especially odd. You smoke cigarettes in the car? Probably not. Pot? We're at a campsite in Northern California, and I'm pretty sure there aren't any kids around. Why go into the car to do that? Then it hits me like a sack of bricks. It's meth. They were all smoking meth, and the woman was probably dealing. The level of comfort she had established in her campsite indicated that she'd been there for a while. Meth explained why everyone was looking like emancipated zombies. It explained the juggalos driving through, getting spooked and leaving. It explained the strange erratic behaviour and constant coughing from everyone. This was clearly some sort of live-in meth village at a closed-down campsite in the backwoods of Northern California. It's at this moment that I realise the second guy is skulking around the edge of our campsite, clearly trying not to be seen. I conceded to my girlfriend that I also wanted to leave. We packed up everything very slowly and normally, trying to make it look like we were just putting away food and putting our fire out for the night. With only the tent left, I tell my girlfriend to get into the car and get ready to back out of the spot. The second I pick up the tent, the woman's truck starts up and her lights turn on. They were blindingly bright circular lights on a rack. I throw the tent into the trunk as fast as I can and I tell my girlfriend to back up. I'm standing behind the car to guide her, but also making it very clear to whoever's watching us that I have a hatchet. I was so on edge that if Mr. Rogers caught me off guard, I would have buried that thing into his skull. She throws the car into reverse, hits the pedal, and the car doesn't move. I can hear the engine revving, and I see the car lurching, but it's not going anywhere. For a split second I think they've slashed our tires somehow. This is how horror movies start. Suddenly it hits me. The parking brake is likely on. It was. She backs up, gets on the main path, and I jump in the passenger seat. As we drive out there, we can hear them start screaming about something. Once we get onto the main road, we do a Chinese fire drill. And I drive down the road at warp speed to the first bed and breakfast that we see. It was lovely. A few years ago, I was driving across the country and stopped at Prairie Creek Redwoods State Park to camp for the night. I got in around 4 p.m. and, eager to experience the redwoods for the first time, started out on a 7-mile trail run through the park. This was early November, so I knew that I had about an hour and a half until sunset, which I thought was plenty of time for the run. If you've been to the redwoods, you know that the terrain is steep, narrow valleys, and of course, unfathomably giant trees. Twilight came early, and my pace slowed as the light dwindled. Soon as I was walking, just barely able to discern the path. This was the start of a situation, but I knew that I would be warm enough if I kept moving. So I concentrated on staying on the path and absorbing the forest's presence. It was incredibly quiet. I perhaps heard one or two bird calls the whole time, but not spooky. For lack of a better term, I got a sense of peaceful dignity that existed entirely separate from my human-sized concerns. With maybe 2 or 3 miles left in my walk/run back to the campsite, I rounded a bend and came upon a silvery glowing orb right in the middle of the trail. I held my eyes closed. Was this a trick of my night vision into the fading twilight? But the orb was still there when I opened them. After staring at it for some amount of time, I cautiously stuck my hand into it. I didn't feel anything, though I half expected a sensation of heat, or maybe a tingling, but I distinctly remember how the details of my hand appeared in the silvery light. I traced the outline with my hand, but couldn't bring myself to step through it. Eventually I grew cold and realized I needed to continue. As I was looking for a way around it, I saw the moon just peeking above the ridge. That's when I realized what it was. I had been playing with a moonbeam that disappeared into the depths of the steep valley. The terrain and rising moon had created a sort of illusion that made it look like a glowing orb was floating in the middle of the trail. It was beautiful, yet explainable. I will always hold on to how I felt rounding the bend and seeing that orb. It wasn't fear, just a keen sense of my surroundings with a sudden openness to experiencing something incredibly beautiful, even if it defied my understanding of the world. I was on top of an old, unused AT&T microwave transmitting tower. You can see for miles and miles and miles up there. I can't remember exactly how tall the tower was, but definitely between 100 and 150 feet. I was replacing a 900 megahertz antenna. The company I worked for was going to start a Wi-Fi broadband business nearby and needed this antenna to transmit the signal over the mountain. We had been up there 6 or 7 times already, and when on the tower, we would regularly see deer. Once I saw a black bear with 2 cubs. It was late autumn, so there were not a lot of leaves on the trees, giving me a pretty clear view through the canopy. I had just climbed the ladder to the top of the tower and hauled up the tools and new antenna. I laid down to catch my breath and ended up just chilling for about 30 minutes. I wasn't in a hurry when I started hearing some noise from the woods below, a bit further along the ridge. I was just looking in that direction, trying to figure out what was making the racket, when I noticed some animals or something come along the ridge. A group of 4 huge Sasquatch walked out of the woods and into the clearing by the tower and followed the fence line to the other side of the tower. I guess they didn't see me because they just kept trucking it along the ridge. I'm aware that this sounds crazy, and I get that from everyone I've told this story to. To be fair, the things could have been people in very convincing costumes. From the top of the tower, it's hard to judge the size of something from the ground without anything around it for scale. My car was on the other side of the small building at the base, and I couldn't see it. So maybe they weren't as large as they appeared. Although I have no clue why anyone would be in the woods on the top of a mountain, miles away from the nearest road, wearing a giant full-body costume. There's not a lot of people coming to the tower to work, maybe once a month at best, and no one knew that I was going to be there on that day. so it makes no sense to plan that kind of elaborate hoax at that location. There are houses relatively close to the tower, but not along the ridge, and either way, whether it was a group of real Sasquatch or weird people in the middle of nowhere dressed up as Sasquatch, that was not something I wanted to be a part of. I kept my mouth shut and didn't move for another 30 minutes, and listened until I didn't hear the sound of them in the distance. I replaced the antenna and kept as quiet as possible. When I was done, I snuck down the tower and drove the hell out of there as fast as I could. A few years ago, I worked at a Jewish summer camp in northern Georgia. As many of you may know, Georgia is a fairly conservative state, as well as being predominantly Christian. There are a small number of Jewish communities and a few summer camps. I'd say that this summer camp was more culturally Jewish than it was religious. There were no religious requirements, nor specific religious focus. Rather, it was a place for kids who were often in the minority to come to a camp that allowed them to meet some kids like them. Staff came from all over. We had many Australians, a lot of British people, and a few Israelis, and people from various areas of the US. Each night at around 10, most of the staff were able to go out on the town for a couple of hours, whilst enough staff remained behind to watch over the cabins. This particular night, a group of about 5 of us decided to go to a local bar to grab a few beers. It had been a hot day and was extremely humid that night. Generally, we were extremely well received by the community. Despite differences, we brought in lots of revenue for the town during the summer months. We bought supplies at the local Walmart and often took the campers on tubing trips, or occasionally out to dinner after a long hike on the Appalachian Trail. It was midsummer, so we'd been out to the bars in the area many times already that season. The 5 of us sat around a table drinking and discussing the events of the day, as fellow employees typically would after work. About 30 minutes in, a white man in his 20s comes up to our table. I distinctly remember a jagged scar on his cheek, but didn't think much of it at the time. He introduced himself and told us that he was having a party that night at his place. He said black, white, gay, straight, don't care, just come. I found it odd that he'd open his speech with a disclaimer. Of course the party should be open for everyone. Why did he feel the need to specify? But we'd all had a few beers and were feeling pretty loose. He talked for a bit longer, and nothing really seemed off. We told him we were working at the camp in the local area and couldn't stay, and that we would probably be heading back soon. An hour later, our group went out to the parking lot to get into the car. As we approached it, we saw the same guy come out of the shadows. He had a buddy with him, with a shaved head. His expression was incredibly hateful. His eyes had changed. He pounded his fist into his hand, and then took off his shirt and revealed a poorly inked SS tattoo. My stomach dropped. One of the bigger guys in my group, Kevin, immediately reacted by pulling out a knife from his back pocket. At summer camp, most of us staff carried knives because we spent a lot of time building campfires, etc. We asked what they wanted. The original guy started shouting some anti-Semitic remarks and told us he was going to beat us down. Kevin started walking towards the 2 guys, but we pulled him back. He told us his buddies were on his way, and sure enough, some more guys started walking into the parking lot. It's all kind of blurry here. I remember jumping into one of the cars, pulling Kevin in with us, and it felt like we were surrounded. There were probably only about 7 or 8 of them. Rocks were thrown at the car, and we sped off. My heart was beating like crazy, and we never went back to that bar. On the bright side, when we told the story to the competing bar in town, the bartender lined up 6 shots, cheersed us, and said that we'd always be welcome in his bar and in that town. Had no problems in the town itself, but when I took some campers on a 2-day hike up the Appalachian Trail, it was another story. On March 4th, 2008, I had my one and only encounter with a black-eyed kid. Before my experience, I had never heard of anything having to do with their black eyes. I was 12. I was sitting outside of a hairdresser's in an old Chevy pickup, waiting for my mother to get her hair cut. About 15 minutes had passed, and I saw some kid walking back and forth along the sidewalk in front of my parked car. At first, I thought I recognized him as one of my friends from school, so I banged on the front windshield until he looked my way. When he turned, I realized it wasn't anyone that I knew. At this point, I wasn't scared at all. Not yet. The boy walked over to my side of the car and just stares. I get a good opportunity to look at him, and I am drawn to his midnight eyes. They freak me out. If you have never seen a black-eyed kid, you have no idea what to imagine. Pupils as black as the night sky. The boy whispers, "You must let me in." And then I lock the car and duck down into the space below the seats. I heard a light tapping on the window, but I ignored it, and after about 5 minutes he was gone. When my mother got to the car, she told me that a boy had gone to the window of the hairdresser's and had been asking my mother for her keys. She refused, and eventually he went away. I'm so happy nothing worse happened that day. Tonight, my sister, brother-in-law and 2 friends and I all piled into a truck and we headed out to the desert near the old Cal Portland concrete factory. About half hour into driving, kicking up dust and messing around, everyone gets the chills, and my anxiety starts to flare up. We brush it off as the temperature difference and just keep going. 10 minutes later, we come around a corner and my sister says, "Please tell me you guys just saw that woman." We responded with, "What woman?" She says, "We just passed a woman standing on the side of the road wearing pink. I think it was a pink shirt, and she had blonde hair that was covering her face. She looked dead." I honestly thought she was messing with me, so we turn around and go to the spot where she saw her. No woman. Brother-in-law and I get our flashlights out and look around. No woman. I tell my sister she's seeing things, and she insists that she saw a woman. So I decide to check my dashcam footage. Sure as shit, there was a woman. She was crossing the road, it looks like, and she just vanishes into thin air. My camera isn't of the best quality by any means, and it was quite dark, but it's clear what we saw. My brother-in-law and I canvassed a 2-mile square radius with flashlights calling out to the woman, because we legitimately thought that someone was lost out in the desert. The entire time we kept feeling and hearing things around us. Some info to note, this was right next to an extremely murky pond. There is a possibility that her body could be hidden in the pond. I was hiking through the remnants of a remote, long-abandoned town and the surrounding area. To get as far into the woods that I was, you had to cross a fallen tree over a creek 3 separate times. I had just crossed the 3rd bridge and was about 5 miles in, and something blue caught my eye just ahead of me. There was a man in his late 60s wearing blue satin pajamas sitting in a tree. The closer I got to him, the louder he laughed. It wasn't a maniacal laugh, but it set off alarms in my head nonetheless. He also wasn't wearing any shoes and looked very well groomed/cleaned. I gave him a friendly nod as I passed and he just kept laughing. Then it stopped. I turned and he was gone. No branches cracked, no plants rustled, no sounds were made. He was just gone. Still rubs me the wrong way. The area I was in was pretty rough, very secluded for hiking. Not very many people venture as deep as I did that day, and I still have no idea what was going on there. I've heard a lot about coyotes and skinwalkers, and had a weird experience or two with coyotes. The creepiest being that they went up to my sleeping bag and were sniffing around us without us hearing them during the night. But never anything paranormal, so to speak. My friend Patrick's story, however, kept me going back to a favourite backcountry secret stash. He was leaving the area one morning. He had been camping out there a couple of days and said that there was a coyote that always seemed to be close by, in his peripheral vision but never overt. He loaded up his truck and started to drive down the washout to the fire road. At the end of the wash, he could see the coyote following him. When he pulled onto the road, it was running next to him. Now he was freaked out, so he sped up and said he was going at 35 or so, and it was running along beside him. Definitely not possible. When he looked back, the coyote was running on 2 legs and was wearing what Patrick said looked like buckskin pants. An instant later, it was a person wearing a coyote fur, keeping pace with the truck. He looked again, and it was gone. We never went back to the grove after that. Too freaky. I am originally from India. My parents sent my sisters and I to an Indian summer camp so that we could learn more about our culture. At the time, I was around 14. I was the standard young and cute kid. I had been going to this camp for a couple of summers, and this particular summer was an important one. The teachers were extremely excited because they had a yoga guru of some sort visiting. I think he was around 60. He would teach us traditional music and dance. He started noticing me right away and kept making comments about how well I was doing things. As the summer continued, I would frequently find him watching me and talking to the teachers about me. Whenever he fixed my pose, he would linger a little too long. These things kept happening, and I started to become aware, very aware, of his presence. Flash to the end of the camp, and it was a couple of days before the ending ceremony. A few girls ran up to me and said that he had candy in his room, as he was staying at the camp. They said he would give me some if I went up. I really had a craving for sugar, but I didn't feel comfortable going alone, so I had a few girls come with me. He gave them candy right away, and they left. When I asked for some for me, he motioned for me to come inside his room. I shook my head. He kept trying to get me inside his room. Finally, he gave up after I wouldn't budge, and asked for a kiss in exchange for the candy. Something inside my mind told me to run, and I started backing away and booked it. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I just knew something in that situation wasn't right. I think I told my parents, but never went back to that camp again. In hindsight, it's quite terrifying to think, if I'd have wanted that sugar bad enough, would I have gone to his room? And what would have happened next? Regardless, creepy pedo, let's not meet again. I live in rural Ohio. One of my friends owns a nice barn and farmhouse out in the sticks, where the buses don't run and where there's absolutely no service. He doesn't actually live there. His family owns the house for shits and giggles. They're millionaires. We'd never ran there before, and it's a pretty scenic wood, so we decided that we'd give it a shot. He and I ran cross-country, and our team went to state that year, so we were in really good shape. We get to his barn, and plan on running 8 miles near a road and then through the woods. We have GPS watches, so we can make our own path and either turn back at 4 miles, or make a looping path if we desire. About 2 miles off the road, we took a random gravelly road through the woods, and there was a hiking path, so we decided to take it. We live in the country, so it isn't really a big deal. We've done this sort of thing before. I've gotten lost in the woods a few times throughout my high school, but we've never done it here, and we were so far away from home. I didn't run with my glasses and I'm as blind as a bat. I'm making good pace when all of a sudden I smack into my friend. I look up and he's just standing there. I focus in on what he's looking at, and there are bear traps hanging on a branch right in front of us. Looking around, there's more, all blowing in the breeze like wind chimes. Off in the middle, perched up against a tree, there was something resembling a man. My friend pushed me and told me to run. We didn't say a word until we got back to the main road because we ran so fast. Turns out my friend saw what looked like a bloody scarecrow leaning against a tree. In early 2010, I was walking home from work and found myself escorting a young lady to her car. She asked me to escort her, and I was hoping that perhaps I'd get the chance to take her out on a drink or two, or maybe even get her number. No shit though, she looked really scared. I kept walking with her and was trying to get out of her what she was so worried about. She would only comment about some really creepy looking kids that were following her. Being that we were in downtown Seattle, this could amount to anything. So we kept walking and talking, and I looked behind us to see if the kids are anywhere near. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then she grabs my arm really hard and whispered, "That's them." They are about half a block in front of us, and standing there looking at her. So I do the prudent thing, which was to cross the street. I make sure I lock eyes with the big kid, and I keep in mind once I get to the lady's car, I'd give them an earful about being a couple of little shits for scaring a lone woman in a metropolitan area. I didn't get scared or anything, but did notice something strange. They didn't break eye contact with me. Mind you, I don't look like the kind of guy who you'd want to mess around with. Honestly, it's an unconscious front since I'm a bit shy, but my look reminds people of either a skinhead or a club bouncer. The black tanker boots and a bit of Van Dyke mixed in doesn't make me look like a people person either. People break eye contact with me constantly, and these two kids didn't. That was a red flag. I finally got the woman to her car and she thanked me. I made sure to tell her where the local police station was. It was only about 5 blocks away from where we were. She drove off, and I went over to see the kids. Just as I was approaching them, I locked eyes with the tallest one again. But that's when I noticed. His eyes were pitch black. I stopped in my tracks and did not know how to proceed, my mind being overwhelmed with information. This was wrong. I looked down at the other one. He had black eyes as well. I started to feel seriously uneasy, and even though it's not in my nature, I decided at that moment to just walk away. I turned around and left. I'd heard about the black-eyed kids, and there was no way in hell I was going to start a confrontation with one of those. I swear down, that's probably the scariest experience of my life. On a 2-week solo backpacking trip, I had 4 days in seclusion between ranger station check-ins. On the first day of the seclusion, I felt like I was being stalked. I lay in my tent that night, and I could hear what sounded like footsteps around my camp, but nothing came close. In the morning, I checked all around and found no evidence of footprints or having any wildlife around me. I broke down camp and took off trying to put it behind me. The second night was the same thing. I grew so paranoid that when I couldn't hike during the day, I would go over rocks and walk through streams. Anything to try and break the trail so that I couldn't be tracked. I'd go around a blind turn and then sit there for an hour, waiting to see if anything would come up behind me. At night I couldn't sleep for more than 10 or 15 minutes before waking up. Finally I got to the ranger station check-in and told them what I had been experiencing. I went and set up camp as close to the station as I could, and later the rangers offered me to sleep on their couch for comfort, as I could actually sleep. I accepted and stayed the night indoors. I walked out to my camp in the morning, and it had been destroyed. My tent was cut on the sides, sleeping bag ripped apart and turned inside out. The rangers came to report it, took pictures of everything, and I ended up getting one of the rangers to give me a ride back to base camp, so that I could go home the next day. Not sure what was stalking me, but it scares me shitless to this day. I grew up in a very rural area of the Deep South, and spent most of my time riding horses alone in national forests and expensive private properties that bordered our house. There was an old abandoned house, 2 miles ride through the woods from me. I often rode by it on my journeys through the woods. Sometimes I tied my horse up, went inside and explored, but there was nothing really of interest. There was just trash, and things that looked like electricity bills from the 80s. I think an old woman used to live there based on some pictures that I found. Time went on, and I went away to college, taking my horse with me. I no longer rode past this abandoned house after graduating my college, and my horse and I moved back home for a little while, and I decided to go back to explore the area again. So I rode my horse the 2 miles through the deep woods to get to this house, which itself is probably 1,000 feet from a lonely gravel road that cuts through the forest. It is very secluded and almost creepy. The house is about 3 miles away from a paved road. I am less brave than I used to be, so when I entered the house I felt out of place and slightly scared. But I used my cell phone light to explore the rooms anyway. A lot was just as I remembered, but right as I was about to leave, I found half a skeletal calf in the corner of the entry room. I have no idea how the calf got shut inside a building. The doors were firmly shut when I approached it, and also the screen door opened one way, so it was impossible for both to be open at once for some creature to accidentally wander in. Furthermore, the nearest cow pastures were a good bit away from the house. I left the abandoned house with the image in my head of some deviant cruelly trapping a calf in there for sick purposes. I hope I never have to meet the sickos who did that. It almost felt like a dream. I woke up to my dog Lucy barking. She was upright on the bed where my husband and I were sleeping with our 22-month-old daughter, staring at our door like an unknown stranger was out there, rummaging around. I thought she was just freaking out over a house noise. We'd only had her for 3 months, and she was still a puppy. It could have been anything. Our roommate, a creak from the house settling, the awnings moving outside in the breeze. I wasn't too concerned initially. I decided the best thing to do would be to open the door and show her that nothing was there. It sounds a bit silly, but that's what we do with our daughter when she gets scared, and I figured that it would work with a puppy too. I opened the door, and she raced to the front door. She stood there snarling. It was an angry, violent growl, one I had never heard her make before. I looked groggily at her and opened the baby gate blocking the doorway, planning to open the door and show her that everything was okay. The second my hand reached for the deadbolt, Lucy went wild. She started barking and jumped towards me, and when I touched the metal, she suddenly changed her temper. She whimpered, almost like she was afraid and backing down. As her mannerisms changed, so did mine. I wasn't calm anymore. My heart was racing and sinking at the same time. I had been flooded with a mixture of fear and dread. I looked through the peephole. I can't explain why I looked, but I did. Outside were two kids. One was only just a smidgen shorter than I, and didn't look much younger. I'm 21, and she looked to be around 16 or 17. She was slender and pale. Her hair was a light shade of honey blonde, and she wore it long, about mid-back with long, thin, blunt bangs in the front that covered most of her eyes. She wore jeans, a light wash that's popular right now, and a thin-looking, olive-coloured pullover-style hoodie. She held the hand of a small girl who looked to be around the age of 4 or 5 in the same style jeans and a button-down ivory cardigan. The smaller one looked at the floor shyly, but had the same shade of hair tied back in a ponytail. She held a stuffed toy under her free arm, and it was identical to one my daughter has, as was the style of dress. Had it not been for the feeling of overwhelming dread and fear, I probably would have asked these children to come in, as well as given them a hot beverage to get them out of the bitter cold. Something about them seemed off. At this point I hadn't made any noise. I hadn't hushed the dog or grumbled. Nothing. I hadn't turned on any lights. Those kids had no indicators that I was at the door. And yet, the older one spoke. She had a voice that was mature, confident, strong, and accentless. She held her head tilted downwards, and I could see her eyes. She said, "We have to use your phone." I stood frozen in fear. How did she know that I was there? She raised her head to face me directly, and that's when I saw her eyes. There was a reason I couldn't see them through her bangs before. They were black, or midnight blue, or a dark, dark purple, but nonetheless they were otherworldly. She said, "Our mother is worried." As someone who has always been interested in creepy stories, I knew what she was the second she looked at me through the door. I have never been one to believe in these things, as a staunch atheist and skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. I had written off many a ghost stories from family members and friends, eager to tell their tale. I didn't believe. Still, I could not rationalize my way out of this. I was standing with nothing but a thin wooden door between me and a black-eyed kid. There was no questioning what was right in front of me. I did not answer her. Slowly and silently I backed away from the door. Lucy still cowering at my ankles. She kept talking. "Just let us in and use your phone." I took another step back, and with that step the tone changed. At first she seemed polite, but when I took that second step back, she became commanding, almost hostile. "We're not going to hurt you. If we wanted to do that, we would have already broken in. Now, I'll ask you again. May we come in and use your phone?" Lucy snarled at the door. I inched backwards, though something inside me seemed to be slowly pulling me back towards the door. It wasn't a physical pulling, so much as a subconscious need to go back and let them in. I went into my room, covered up the window and locked the door, and sat in the dim light of the nightlight. I heard her call me back to the door once more, and then quiet. I didn't go back to sleep that night, and I haven't slept right since. I know from reading about the BEK that they don't come in without permission. I know they haven't hurt anyone, but I fear that I would have been the exception. But this lingering feeling of sadness, this dread when my house is silent at night, this fear of a knock at the door, tells me otherwise. It was June 1987, because it was the baseball season after the Bill Buckner disaster. My girlfriend's parents owned the place. It was in southeast Idaho. It was a pretty big place with lots of acreage. The guy who was the full-time caretaker for the place had just quit, and my girlfriend's dad went out there to find a new caretaker. But the new caretaker couldn't start for 1 month. Her dad offered to pay me $1,200 to go out there. Free food, satellite TV, and all I had to do was keep an eye on the place and feed the dogs and the horse. I had never been out west, so I took him up on it, and it sounded better than doing landscaping. I spent the time reading, exploring, playing the dogs and riding the horse. It was completely uneventful, until that night. After the knocking stopped and dogs stopped barking, I eventually went back to sleep. I didn't freak out that much because there were 2 German Shepherds inside with me, and I had a gun. I kept it on my nightstand. I had been drinking a little but was not drunk by any means. There were several neighbours that were a few miles away. I was kind of thinking that someone had just driven down the wrong driveway. Next morning at the crack of dawn, I opened the front door to let the dogs out and see a white Chevy Nova sitting in the driveway. It was near the small cabin for the caretaker. The cabin was around 100 yards from the main house. I called my girlfriend's dad and asked him if he knew anyone with that make or model of car. He said he didn't, and he called the police directly. Police show up, ask me a few questions and walk around the property for an hour or so. The car was locked, and the police had it towed. I have no idea if it was broken down or not. There was only 1 set of tire tracks coming into the house. A few days later, my girlfriend's dad called me up to say the guy who owned the car was missing and to call the police if anything weird happened again. I have no idea who the guy was at all. Don't know how long he was missing or when he was reported missing, or who reported him missing. He was just missing. My girlfriend's dad didn't know much about it either. After about a month, I go back home. The girlfriend and I break up shortly thereafter. I see her out of town a few months later and ask her if she ever found out what happened to the guy. All she knows is that the guy was found dead, apparently killed himself 30 miles away. The suicide happened several months after that incident at the house, and he was found a couple of days after that he'd killed himself. I asked her how he did it, where he was found and who found him, and I got nothing. And I never saw her again. One night, me and 2 friends were all walking around at night in the fields of a small town in Michigan. Our destination was a junkyard tucked away behind several fields, home to rusted out cars, semi-trailers, farm equipment, etc. We were cutting through the fields to avoid the trigger-happy farmers that live round there. We're near enough there when we get foiled by a stream too wide to leap. It was late autumn, and wet feet would be uncomfortable, so we backtracked into the adjacent field. From our corner of the field, there was a tree line that ran east to west, and southward, the land rose into a large hill. We stood for a moment, discussing our options, when my eyes were drawn to a large, white boulder, seeming to glow in the moonlight. It was around 75 yards away, and I was idly staring at it when we moved. It unfolded, standing up to about 10 or 12 feet. This bipedal skeleton thing of pure white with long limbs. For the space of a second, it looked at us and then took off. I think it was running, but it may have been gliding or flying. Honestly, I'm unsure, but it crossed the field up and over the hill, a distance of probably 100 yards, and in about 2 to 3 seconds, in complete silence, it was gone. Only 2 of the 3 of us saw it, and after a few minutes of incoherent gibbering, we tried to rationalize, explain, and figure out what the hell we saw. We decided that it must be an alien. A year later, I was at a party, and the subject of aliens came up. I chirp in, "I've seen an alien." Some people reply, "Yeah, let me guess. In Saranac, right?" I confirm. We exchange mutual looks of awe, and he directs me to this Eric fellow, who grew up in said town. Eric tells me that he has seen strange things his whole life. Lights in the sky, etc., but no humanoid beings. Fast forward another year and a half or so, and I get a phone call from an acquaintance who was sitting at work when he noticed a young girl staring at him strangely. He eventually walks up to him and says, "I feel like I need to talk to you." She proceeds to tell him that her friend's dad is the head of a vampire clan in a town near Saranac. My friend remembers my story and weird things in the area, and he asks her if he knows anything about Saranac. She gets very defensive and eventually reveals that Saranac is an alleged breeding ground for dragons. Yeah. To this day, I'm not certain if I saw a dragon, alien, or vampire or whatever. But I did a bit of poking around, and I heard from a girl that lived there that since she was a kid, she's seen random 15-foot scorch marks on roadsides and in the middle of fields. I'm honestly clueless, but I know what I saw. If only I knew what it actually was. When I was 12 years old, I went to a week-long scout camping trip with my troop. Our campsite was notably isolated from the majority of the other sites. So even though there were hundreds of kids at the camp overall, there were probably 5 or 6 of us and 2 or 3 leaders in our site. I shared a tent with 2 other kids. Being the anti-scout that I was, I bought a full-sized cot to sleep on, whilst the other kids slept on the ground. I am a horrible sleeper in any conditions other than my own bed, so I've always taken sleeping pills when I go camping. Sometimes I have strange reactions to them, where I don't sleep well and get dreams confused with reality. On our final night at camp, it was storming with lightning everywhere. We were in a creeped out mood telling scary stories before we went to sleep. I couldn't wait to go home next morning. I took my pills and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up a few hours into the night. I could barely make out the crouched over figure of a tall man. I'd woken up because he was gently grabbing my leg. He didn't look like any of my leaders from what I could tell. Confused, groggy, and horrified, I said, "What?" The figure remained silent. After a week on these sleeping pills, I knew that they could make me confused. I closed my eyes, hoping it was just the pills combined with the night of scary stories. I felt the gentle grip on my leg again. The figure was standing there. "What?" I said again, and this time more panicked. Suddenly, still without a word, the man leaned down on the ground next to me where I couldn't see him because I was elevated. I couldn't hear anything strange happening, but I was filled with so much terror that I couldn't even bring myself to peek over the edge of my cot. I was still unbelievably tired and confused, and in my frightened stupor, I convinced myself that the sleeping pills were causing me to blend nightmares with reality. I drifted in and out of a horrified semi-sleep for the rest of the night, wondering what exactly had happened. I never recalled hearing anything notable or seeing the man leave the tent, and once the sun began to dimly light the tent, I mustered the courage to look over the edge of the cot. The kid next to me was asleep and appeared unharmed. If this were all the story though, I would have dismissed it as a weird reaction to my sleeping pills. But then the next morning over breakfast, the kid who had been next to me asked me if our other tent mate, if someone had gone into our tent overnight. The other tent mate said he assumed one of us was getting up to pee and had gone back to sleep. When we all confirmed that none of us had gotten up in the night, we started freaking out, begging our leaders and the other scouts for them to admit if one of them had played a joke on us, or that they had a history of sleepwalking. Nobody had any idea what we were talking about. I don't know what someone's motives would have been to come into our tent and to gently touch my leg and be silent, unless I have some serious mental blocks. There was no kind of sexual violation that I can recall, just a strange, quiet intruder. I was working in Oregon. I worked for a company that handled the customer service member privileges point of sale systems between Planet Fitness, and I was checking in on a few locations. Since Planet Fitness is a 24/7 establishment, I had to cater to all the shifts and would show up to each club multiple times during day or night. One night, approximately 11:30 p.m., I was heading to the PF location in Beavington, Oregon. My rental car had Bluetooth capabilities and was currently playing a Coast to Coast AM episode throughout the car's speaker. This particular episode was a talk about the jinn. I don't know how the topic came on, but I remember that someone brought up the black-eyed kids phenomenon, and the person who was speaking said that it could be related to the jinn. Looking back, that was a serious coincidence, because what happened when I arrived to the club chilled me to the core. I'm a smoker. Nasty habit, but it's my vice. When I arrived at the club, I decided to smoke in the parking lot, with the driver's side window open on my rental, so that I could continue to listen to Coast, and not be in the car because rentals can fine you a couple of $100 for smoking inside. The PF there was an L-shaped strip mall. I don't entirely remember all of the stores in the strip mall, but the Planet Fitness is all the way to the end, and all the way to the left is the pharmacy of some kind. My passenger side was parallel to Planet Fitness, and that was about 30 feet away from a streetlight. The pharmacy was around 75 yards away, and obviously closed. I was leaning against the car smoking, and playing on my phone, looking up at the pharmacy. In the light of the marquee, I could see two people standing outside of it. For it being near midnight, I thought how weird it was to see someone outside an obviously closed pharmacy. But the thought was fleeting, and I was once again down in what was probably a safe bet. After a few seconds I looked up. I noticed these two people. I could now tell that they were kids or teenagers, and they were about 20% closer than before. It struck me as odd. I didn't see them walking to that spot. They were just looking in my general direction. From this distance, I could tell they were both wearing hooded sweatshirts. They were dark in color, and both kids had their hoods up. They were in the area just outside the streetlight glow. It shone on them, but not enough to see very clearly. Looking back, this should have raised some red flags, but I once again was back on my phone. As I was listening to the radio, they were talking about ancient items from the Middle East that seemed to have some kind of evil spirit attached to it. Well, now I glanced back up, and the kids were about 25 to 30 feet closer. They were once again outside the general streetlight glow, but I could see them much clearer. This time, their heads were aimed down. I couldn't see their faces, but I could make out their clothes. One had an olive dab green hooded sweatshirt with no visible markings nor insignia. The hoodie was on the top of what appeared to be a grey ball cap, and once again, with no markings or insignia. The other one dressed very similar, the only difference being navy blue zip-up hoodie and a hood over what appeared to be a black ball cap, khaki pants, and white shoes. The kids were standing still. I hadn't seen them move to their current location, as they were almost frozen there, not moving at all. I don't know why, but I just went back on my phone, not fazed by it. I got a weird feeling almost instantly. I looked up, and they were there. 5 feet in front of me, and not moving closer. I tossed the cigarette butt underneath the car. I asked them if there was anything I could do for them, and then they replied, "Please, kind sir, may we borrow a cigarette? It's very lonely at night. We only need 1 cigarette. Please." After they'd finished speaking in unison, they slowly lifted their heads to show me their faces. I remember thinking it's kind of late for teenagers to be out on a Thursday, and almost as if they'd just plucked that from my head, I heard, "It's quite all right. We have permission." As soon as permission rolled off the second kid's lips, their faces were level with mine, showing me solid, jet black eyes. I froze. My mind was going about 1,000,000 miles a minute, because damn it, I did know what black-eyed kids were. Well, not what they were, but I knew of them. I couldn't move or speak. Their faces were almost the definition of blank, almost because the edges around their slit-straight mouths began to curl ever so slightly. But you could see it. The inside of my stomach began to get colder, and with all my might I tried to turn my face, but I could not. The second kid took a step forward. The movement of shoes caught my eye, and I broke eye contact. I looked down, and the moment my eye contact was broken, everything I knew about black-eyed kid encounters rushed through my head, and I turned around and ran into the club. Now when I say ran, I sprinted in loafers, and all 6'1", 250 pounds of me screamed the whole way. The young kids who worked the counter just stared at me when I came in. I tried my best to explain, but they didn't know about the black-eyed kids. I looked out the window, and they were standing side by side facing the club, motionless. Chills ran down my spine. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. It would mean the world to me if you would show this video some love by leaving a like and a comment, as it goes a long way. And why not consider sharing it with a friend? or someone who you think would enjoy it. Just a reminder that you can get into the holiday spirit with my new merchandise, which can be found in the description, along with the links to my social media as well as my Patreon, if you're feeling extra generous. If you'd like me to read your story on my channel, feel free to send it to my email or share it to my Reddit, which is of course in the description. Please make sure to include as much punctuation and descriptive language as possible to maximize the chances of it being read. But anyway, for now guys, I'm gonna sign off. Stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.